There we go. Good morning, everybody. How's everyone doing today? Tesla dead? I don't know. It looked okay. I think it bounced in the pre-market. Why am I so bright? What the fuck is happening? Hey, everybody. What's RC's next buy? We need to front run it. Dillard's? Are we in the wrong stock? No. GameStop's coming up too. Are you playing BBBY? Yeah, so I put in an order for 5,000 shares this morning. I got one fill at around 1850 for about 1200. Then I had to reset my limit and I filled the rest between like 22 and 24. And I bought some more on here with some extra cash I had floating around. Like 200 at 27. Quick, get the coffee. Thank you, Bithead. I appreciate that, man. No daily. Oh, shit. Forgot to post the daily. There. Well, I had some extra money in this account, so I thought I'd buy some on the stream. Maybe we'll wheel it if it fucking relaxes a bit in the next few weeks. What's your BBBY cost basis? I haven't added it up yet, but I'd say probably around the mid 20s. I also had leaps already. I bought them back in January because of their share buyback. So I had like 20 contracts, not a lot, but something. They used to be cheap. How does it feel to know RC has read your DD? Fantastic. No, I haven't DRS'd my Bed Bath and Beyond shares. Discord, please. What? Oh shit. Yep. Completely forgot to fucking set that up. All right, cool. We're good. Market opens in a minute. So, yeah, I see. I forgot to 2 minute synopsis on your thoughts of this week with GMA. I mean, we're in an interesting situation. Buying into BBBY puts a lot of pressure on IJR, Vanguard Total Market, um, few other ETFs that are in the same sector. It could be interesting. We'll see. It's a good setup. He's buying it just the right time, and I have to wonder if he bought intentionally on OPEX in order to trigger something, and I wonder if it was successful because of that rules change. What do you think MOASS is happening? I have no fucking idea, man. I just hope this starts a run. Congratulations on finally being a mod of your own subreddit. Thanks, guys. Time for BBBY puts. Not yet. I'm sure they'll dip it open. There's plenty of shares to borrow. Feeling all sorts of bullish. What do you prefer, Bed, Bath, or Beyond? Is MOASS happening before summer realistic? I mean, SEC 15C3 and FINRA's 4210 rules both give a lot of extensions for their margin requirements if a margin call did occur. We could be waiting a little while. Also, fucking RC probably submitted his letter to the BBBY board to the Wall Street Journal last night himself, which is bullish as fuck. Maybe turnaround plan is for BBBY to virtually furnish everyone's metaverse apartments. You're gonna get some fucking NFT throw pillows. SS in shambles after RC bought a shit ton of BBBY leaps. I should be unbanned. I don't care. Should I post DRS on Pickle? Just so assessors that come by realize the first of us are still following Gherk even after the migration. If you want to, I don't care. RC bought high strike long dated options on BBBY. Can we end the debate on options now? Yeah, I think so. RC YOLOing into far out of the money leaps. You see the RC has been buying since January, starting with 1 mil on 113 and 500K on 114. Yeah. Ding ding. Sorry, I forgot. Market's open now. It's good. Eat. Yeah. Very exciting. Catbrook to the upside. Ross. Ah, yes. Big shorting for GameStop. If you guys could drop a like, it's a big help. I feel like Cohen is just gonna gobble up distressed retail and compete with Amazon. Looks like it. I lulled at the Ivy on Jan 2023, $80 BBY calls, jumped from 0.96 to 19 before going back down to 6. I'm theorizing that RC by far the money leaves for cheap because of his reputation triggers FOMO, and he got nearly a free stake in BBBY. I mean, his ownership percentage is not does not include options, right? Options don't count as ownership until they're exercised. New SEC rules on variance swaps. Do you think shares are same as puts? And the letter to the board seemed to be interested in BBBY's babies section. Good customer connection could work out pretty well for mothers with this chewy customer care model. He seemed interested in packaging up and selling off the fucking baby store, whatever it's called. I can't remember. In order for BBY to focus on their core business. How probable is this? Is it that BBY stake is just a turnaround value play? Oh, I mean, it is, right? Especially after the share buyback. It's definitely just an investment on his part, but it also puts a lot of pressure on the same people that are short GameStop, which is advantageous, right? Ooh, a weekly option chain ends at 30. Gamma squeeze incoming. It's possible. Yeah, Rig's doing good. Why are you spamming? Any thoughts on CLF on a tear last week, continuing this morning? CLF. People in Cliffs. Looks like it's doing good. What do they do again? Is this from like steel? Iron ore pellets. Yeah, steel's been running up for like the last week or so. Citadel supposedly has a 2-to-1 put call ratio on BBY. That doesn't sound right. Good entry on DDS. What's it down to? I mean, yeah, it's okay. You buy any BBBY? Yeah, I did. Bye bye, baby. That's what it's called. Thank you. I just need BBBY under $30 for now. I mean, ideally, yeah, they don't want it above 30. The next upside resistance, like strong one, is at 3250. And then after that, it's Let me load this. $32.50, 35, and then $39.50 to the upside. Apple straddle for tomorrow. Why a straddle? Buying BBBY is still chasing. Still expect upside. I think there'll be more upside. I think if anything, this might be a decent entry. Remember, Bed Bath & Beyond's a lot more liquid than GameStop. So be warned. I haven't bought any options on BBBY yet. I am considering it though. Kind of waiting for this IV crush to play out. I have options already from back in January. So I don't really know if I want to buy more. Maybe. IV's starting to fall off a little bit. Although not significantly. I'd probably be looking at leaps and then maybe weeklies in the, let's see, like $35 range. Maybe some Aprils. What do you trade in pre-market? What brokerage? You use WeBull, IBKR, Schwab. I think Schwab's 7 a.m. Fidelity is too. Kazakhs say that RC wants to make Bye Bye Baby the ultimate baby destination. An all-inclusive baby sandals complete with baby pools and unlimited milk. We do have some leaps on this dip for BBBY. Yeah, I mean the IV's down a little bit since market open, so I think I'll give it a minute because I think they're gonna short the fuck out of it. But something to consider. Is BBBY because of DRS? I'm gonna close this. No. Is if the OPEX hits today for Jimmy, the latest it would be in dark pools in the afternoon, correct? For the T+5 from February 25th, yeah. They can still use dark pools. It's all the same shit. There's no $35 weeklies. Options chain for this week tops out at 30. 18th? Nope. April's? June? Oh, they're on a different schedule, huh? May. Oh, May. May has up to 45. So they're offset. So August, no. I mean, honestly, leaps are best. And they're really fucking slamming GME this morning. That's to be expected, I suppose. Is there a margin call or fail? How can they still short GME so much? What? The same way they shorted it all along. Are we able to do TA on BBBY? Like from market open? I mean, this just looks like consolidation. Do you see any in the money puts come in that shows they are marked long? Oh shit, we were supposed to check that this morning. Gonna have to give me a second. Let's take yes. Hold 2,000 in the money. $70 puts. 2,000. It looks like some at the money puts came in. Nothing significant out of the money though, or in the money rather. It's hard to tell if the at the money puts are sold or not though. Yeah, they're like right at the fucking mid. And this is from Friday. But it does look like there is an increase in put OI overall, about 10,000 contracts, which could be sufficient. So they may have. If I buy a Jan 2023 call on BBBY, is that considered a leap, or is a leap a completely separate thing? That is the leap date for BBBY. Do you think BBBY is set up for a gamma squeeze this week? I don't know what gamma maximum is as of today. I'm sure it's shifted. Uh, but as of Friday, no. Gamma maximum was at like $18. BBY creating bag holders early. Working long just buys more time though, yes. If they marked long, it's kind of unclear in the data that we've got. Like there's an increase in put OI, which could indicate a marking long. But we're getting really fucking hypothetical there. Can you elaborate on the liquidity factor for BBBY? Is it because percent of institutional ownership shares that can be lent to short hedge funds. I mean, BBY also has double the float of GameStop. So it has double the amount of shares in existence. It has massive institutional ownership, tons of shares to be lent. Anyone surprised how little of effect 100% rise in BBY had on the other basket stocks? Give it time to be realized. All of that was in pre-market and not super consequential yet. Don't forget that they can internalize billions and billions of dollars a day. How does it feel to be among the exclusive group of shills banned by SS, Warden, Renzel, Pi-Fi, and now Ryan Cohen? God, people are so impatient. Gotta wait. It's likely that this 100% price increase will trigger a massive surge of FTDs that will come due soon enough. If you go back and look at GameStop and you look at Ryan Cohen's initial buy-in, the run in January didn't start till several days later. Almost a month. Do you think a rug pull is coming for BBBY? It's possible. I don't know. There's a lot of interest. Volume's still very high. They're shorting pretty hard, and it's staying mostly stable for now. Thoughts on buying puts on the airlines, or did I miss the boat? You might have missed the boat. Are you talking about free float? Yes. It's not double. It's 30 million more. AMD touching, so 0.5. AMD touching that lower support on the 1 hour. Oh, down at 108. Also, market's not having the best morning, which seems to be what everything's just tracking. AMD. Ooh. Yeah, that's not a terrible entry. I might actually pick some more of that up. Thanks for the heads up, Trash. You mentioned the new rules from a couple weeks ago. Hypothetically, if a margin call happened, how long would it take to see the effects? Hypothetically, it can take up to 70 trading days. I think 60 to 70 trading days. AMD down in the 106 range. Good entry. Yeah, it's not bad. I just put in an order for some more leaps at 110. I'll see if I fill. Are you DRS your BBBY shares, or are you a double shill? Is there an ETF where I can short Bed and Bath while going long on Beyond? Is it ironic that I have wheat calls, but I have a gluten allergy? No. Do you think Ryan Cohen beat Elden Ring this weekend? I don't know. But ask him. Smash the like. If you guys could hit the like button, it's a big help. I appreciate it. I just sold a buttload of AMD CSPs at 108. 1 minute before it dipped another dollar. Oh well, I'll get assigned on a stock I like. Could be worse. Here's the thing. You know, if it bounces back before the end of the week, you likely won't get assigned. Like I highly doubt you're gonna get assigned right away on 108 CSPs on a short dip to 107. Thoughts on short hedge funds getting ahead of the BBBY situation by covering boofed OPEX exposure via dark pools this week instead of continuing to internalize now that BBBY is adding additional risk to margin? Well, we saw what happened November 3rd when BBBY announced their share buyback, right? On the market close November 2nd. They immediately started covering the rest of the basket, and BBBY included, right? And started relieving that pressure. I would imagine this is an even bigger deal, but they will have to probably come at it in a more, well, less aggressive way. I don't think they're going to aggressively cover. It's too risky to run it right now. But BBBY already has quite a few FTDs piling up, so um, it'll be interesting to see how this week plays out and how they handle this. The current buy-in on BBBY is very similar in a lot of ways to his buy-in on GameStop last year. WeBull removed buy sell for BBBY. Oh, it didn't. I'll buy one right now. Is it going to be hard to predict what's happening until we get more data over the next few weeks? Probably. Yeah. That's what we're waiting on. I mean, we're waiting on them to do something, right? And then we can, once something happens, then we can figure out what the fuck is going on. Because we have a lot of information, but we need to deduce their exact position. And that's kind of hard right now because they haven't covered shit. And even additionally more confusing because everything that's normally in place before they begin covering is there. The entropy swaps are in place. The hedge is already visible in the options chain, but no covering. WeBull is removing the sell and buy button for BBBY. Really? Both? It's gonna rock it. For some reason, I don't see that. Ooh, fucking rig is just shooting up. This is fantastic. The next resistance on this. It's gonna break that. $650. Awesome. GameStop coming up on that 108 resistance right now. I think Cat will hit 204 today at the rate it's going. It looks good. It usually runs into some resistance around 200. So expect it to take a little while. And if it gets rejected at 200, it can fall back pretty hard. But yeah, it looks good right now. Just watch it and see if the pressure is sustained. I'm not really concerned with Cat on the short term until it crosses into my price target range at like 202, 203. So BBBY, same like future. Do you think Jimmy will trade in this 110 range for quite some time? I mean, I hope not. Is it worth rolling 2 GME contracts of 200C expiring through 18 or just letting them play out? They're probably worth rolling if they still have some value. 16.76 million sell volume candle on BBBY. What do you mean sell volume candle? Fuck is a sell volume candle? You mean just a volume candle? All volume is volume. It doesn't necessarily mean it's long or short if it's red or green. It just means that it opened and closed either higher or lower. How much of a power move was this by RC? Trying to create a 2-front war. It was a pretty big dick move. I'm not gonna lie. I like it. Can you remind us all how we know the entropy swap is in place? We can tell by the hedging present in the options chain. If you want to check it out, you can look at Dr. Gingerball's DD on it. He's the one who did the analysis. What is happening to IMX? I have no idea. I'm not even watching it. I don't care. What's your theory on why RC bought BBY instead of more GME? It's cheaper. Carefully review their letter and hope to engage constructively around the ideas they have put forth. Bed Bath said in a statement. Cool. What's your rig position? I have 10 March 18 $4 calls that are currently up 3x. Tesla now dead. Jesus Christ, Victor. It's at resistance. What? It could bounce here. A little bit. And although it might drop down to that support line, which is like 840. It could drop as low as like 840, 842. Although it does look like it found some support here on the EMA 180. IMPP is... Oh shit, sorry, chat scrolled up. I know I'm really far behind on chat. Spy dead? No. Just still choppy and in that descending channel. I can choose so it's suggesting a retest of 87.97. That's a big range. To put in a true bottoming formation before we move up. Looks like it's gonna happen. Buy pressure below 100 is pretty high. I could see a test of 97. Another test of 87 seems kind of out of the question. They would need to short us pretty hard to get it down that low. Although this buy-in may encourage that. Rig is gonna single-handedly save my portfolio. Is this BBBY thing good for GME? I mean, it's not bad. Gonna send a letter to Dillard's tonight. Start picking off meme stocks every day until MOASS. I mean, that'd be fucking awesome. RC is the head fake? See with the head fake? Oh. Is entering rig right now chasing? Yes. What about Mullen Automotive? I don't like it. A bunch of people have asked me about it already. $6 billion. 30 minutes, 38 million. I mean, tons of volume is not necessarily a good thing. So what's next? RC buys costs, sells exclusives at GameStop. I don't know. That seems ridiculous. Hard to buy costs too. There's not a lot of shares available at market. What would be your thoughts if RC announced a third buy? That'd be fucking nuts. I mean, I don't think it's gonna happen, but that would be extremely crazy. Wheat halted. Cool. What's we doing? Fuck yeah. For no reason. Why the fuck is wheat halted? This is bullshit. Okay. Um, do you think Express Leaps could print? It seems like it might be the last batch of these shorted retail stocks that hasn't hit its violent upside potential runs yet. I don't know. I know a lot of people that have bet on Express and not done all that well. So be cautious. But yeah, maybe Leaps like at the money. It'll see some growth over the rest of the year. Wait, why don't you care about IMX? I just don't care what it's trading at. I have some. I bought it after the sell off, so also there's more dilution incoming on IMX, so like its current value is just it's not a great buy-in right now. Did you see we suspended? Yeah, I did. 103 end of day. We'll see. Bed with RC, bath with DFE, or beyond with Lauer. Bath with DFE. Dave Lauer's luscious locks. AMD now dead? No, I don't think so. I think AMD can bounce. It's in a good range too. We'll see. I mean, if the market continues to drag down, then it's gonna pull shit with it. But for a long entry, I like this. Cat's about to break 200. I know. Someone in the Discord posted about some sort of split like thing happening to it today. It's non-dilutive, but will change the float. What? Like a share offering? Is it non-dilutive but changes the float? That would be a split. It's splitting? What strikes would you consider for BBBY? What's it trading out right now? 26. $30, $40 leaps sound best. Given I mean, the option chain's going to open up a bunch after today. So, but right now, if you need to buy right now, I would say, $20 and $30 leaps, or $30 and $40 leaps. Sorry. Turns out wheat was the real play. Apparently. Wheat doesn't have any shares left, and share creation is suspended until SEC approves 7 million new shares. So they're diluting the float. Fuck. Why? It's an ETF. Why does the fucking SEC need to approve a float increase? Need to read this. I'm chasing rig, but I don't care. Looks like it's coming down a little bit from its peak here. Some sell-off going on at 550. Okay. Oh, I'll see if it bounces there. Oil and pots and pans is the play along. Cat jumping nicely. Hope all is well, man. It is. Been watching TMST for a few months, up a bit the past few weeks. They make internal components for engines and heavy machinery. It might be good. I don't know. Where's their manufacturing based? Just ate some wheat toast. Am I helping wheat? Let me look up what was said. And yes, that was about wheat. Supposedly not a big deal. Just some kind of structural thing. It has to have happened to it. The options chain on wheat is fucking insane right now. So, I mean, I guess if they need liquidity, but it's just odd. Do you think Cat has more room to the upside, or still should I look towards profit taking? I mean, you can look towards profit taking if you want. That's your decision. It just broke 200. This is a strong push for Caterpillar. So, I mean, my price target's around 204, 203 to 204. So I'll be taking some profits in that range, but I may be letting some continue to ride. I might just like cover my cost basis, and set up some stop limits and see where it goes from there. Don't forget that Cat can push into that, like that upward channel. Hold on, let me show you. Cat can push up into this upward channel here, after like 204, you know, and the next test is quite high, you know, around 220, 224. So I mean, I'll be taking some profits in this range, but I'll probably be I'll protect my downside, but I'll probably be carrying contracts for a continued push up. This is a strong move, so yeah, I'm just gonna follow the price action as it plays out. Ow. How long do halts last? I don't know how long it's gonna last. If it's an SEC halt, while they wait for shares, it could be quite some time. That's looking very unlikely. There isn't even a catalyst or anything. I mean, RC's buy into BBBY could be considered a catalyst. What's your overall prognosis on the GME cycles currently? I mean, they just didn't cover OPEX. They didn't cover it anywhere. It wasn't just GME. They didn't cover it in the entire basket. It's possible that the FTD pressure that will build up on BBBY due to Ryan Cohen's buy-in could create quite the spectacle, but we'll see. I mean, we're not going to get an FTD report of any significance for 8 more days. Yeah, I bought into BBBY. Any chance of seeing those 225 FTDs today? Possibly. Although there is some evidence of increased put OI, at least in XRT and IWM. So a lot of increased put OI. So it's possible that they've marked long, which gives them 35 more calendar days. When does it go from a morning dip to just down? I mean, GameStop's only traded 500,000 volume so far today. So, I mean, they're pushing on it, but we'll see. At least it's stabilizing at the resistance. I mean, this is no different than most days, right? And the SPY's down too, don't forget. SPY's down about 100 basis points. Just because Ryan Cohen bought BBBY doesn't mean there isn't, you know, a fucking war going on and shit. Are you talking about options pricing, Mr. Bobo Wee? Or are you talking about like trying to price a stock based on open interest? Theoretically, derivatives should not influence the price of the underlying. It's absolutely not true, but they shouldn't. You can calculate like delta neutral to try to figure out, which is, by the way, what GME's kind of currently at, to try to figure out like where the most support is from the options chain due to hedging. Close still trading. Thought they closed up shop. I think it is. $25 Jan 23 bought at 12. If you would have told me I would be spending 1.2k on a BBY YOLO 2 years ago, I would have thought you were crazy. Now I just tell you I have been coerced by a pickle. It's a lot of things. Cat has tons of government contracts, lots of manufacturing. If NATO's buying equipment to, you know, give to the Ukraine, it's gonna ramp up production. And then yeah, the infrastructure bill, which Biden is pushing super hard. So cat stands to benefit from a lot of things right now. A lot of the indecisiveness on cat over the last several months was due to China and kind of the predicted collapse of their real estate market. I've asked you 3 times this week about Clover. This week up 23%. Yeah, I know. I just don't care about it. If you want to go play shitty bio stocks that are constantly pump and dumped, be my guest. We'll have to wait till after today, Roberto, because a lot of the call options for BBBY are going to be coming in today. So we'll have to wait till tomorrow to see the increase in open interest and see how the options chain is playing out. Yeah, I know. Wheat's on a regulatory halt while they release more shares. What's your price target for BBBY? How long are you going to hold your shares? I would say $40 seems reasonable. At least in the next, like, just from a technical standpoint, for the next, oh, couple months. I can see it getting back into this like $30 to $40 range, especially with the share buyback, which they started here. The company still has a lot of issues, but with all the FTDs and OPEX still not cleared out, I expect it can run a bit harder. I may sell. I'm not like buy and hold attached to it, but yeah, if it's got a decent run going, I'll probably sell and maybe buy back in as it relaxes over the next few months. It definitely doesn't have like the current potential for growth that GameStop does. They've got to fix quite a lot of things, as outlined in RC's letter, right? What's your price target for you? And this dip sufficient to sell GME CSPs, or usually wait until Tuesday to confirm a trend? I usually wait until Tuesday after T+2 for selling CSPs at least. The wheat ETF tracks wheat futures. So sold my cat 190C on Friday by market close. Sorry. Are you rolling your March 18s yet? I already did last week. Is there proof that RC bought into BBBY? All of the articles say revealed his stake. I was under the impression that he owned BBBY for a while now, not a new purchase. He started buying on January 13th, I believe, JCan. His purchase order is in the SEC document that was released today, or purchase orders. Isn't it obvious that RC wants MOASS Tuesday morning, so he's posting the margin call Monday night? Cat has lots of contracts with the U.S. Army, but yes. How much BBBY did you buy? 5,200 shares. If it drops back into the range that it was trading at before this run up, I'll probably double the position. I was planning on getting back into selling CCs on GME this week, but the BBBY development gives me pause. You? Yeah, I had no intention of selling CCs on GameStop till towards earnings, whenever those come about. Is getting cat 200 or rig at 5 in the money calls chasing? Yes. BBY is easily better than AMC by a massive margin. Not even competition. I agree. RC NFT marketplace might have room for more business. I don't know what the fuck BBBY would have to do with the NFT marketplace, but I'm sure people will speculate. So I got this 20% off coupon in the mail for BBBY. You think they'll accept it as a discount for options instead of hand towels? I feel like increasing disparity won't help with BBBY long term. Like if you're poor, you're not getting throw pillows while you're trying to figure out how to afford astronomically priced food, right? I mean, people are still gonna buy shit like shampoo and basic essentials, soap, hair dryers. Like none of that's gonna change. I mean, people's extra spending might go down, but wages are going up a little bit, not sufficiently. But I also retailers price in inflation, so it doesn't hurt them as much. Regarding wheat, T-Field on Discord says it's backed by wheat or wheat derivatives, selling more shares, but their NAV will remain congruent with the value of the fund before the offering. Okay. You explain RC moves in BBBY. What do you mean? I already wrote a DD on it. You can go read it. I agree with you, TA. I bought Cat Call. I'm up already. Let's fucking go. What price did you buy at? So one of my limits filled partially this morning for 1,200 at 1750-ish. Then I had to replace my order and I got fills between 23 and like 25, and then when I started the stream I bought another 200 at 27.91. So my average cost is about 24 something. I have to do the math later. Is the halt on wheat bullish or bearish? I like it. It's I mean, it sucks that they're releasing more shares, but it's probably bullish overall, given that they've run out of them to the point where they had to halt the stock and get the SEC to approve an emergency share offering. You sold Cat yet after hitting your price target? It hasn't hit my price target yet. Anyone or any thoughts on BBY going back up to where it was in pre-market today? Yeah, I can. You think BBY's large infrastructure can help speed up GameStop's infrastructure growth? I mean, they're not partnered, right? They're still separate businesses. I go to Bed Bath and Beyond all the time. Yeah, I know. I saw MOS. We talked about it on the member stream yesterday. Slappy. Any thoughts on PayPal? I mean, I don't love it. It could bounce, but I don't think so. Not right now. Will it run like GME did last January? If it does, it's going to drag everything else with it. Not officially partnered yet, but can they announce a partnership with relative ease now? I mean, potentially. It's just fucking tinfoil. I mean, it's unlikely. He's not taking any type of control over BBBY. He's just bought in and suggested they make changes. He's, I think, I'm pretty sure in his letter, I can't remember, but he said that he has no intention of pushing for like board control. RC favorite billionaire confirmed. He's moved up a notch. What's the bull case for wheat? Um, so with the supply chain issues, it's going to be hard to get wheat to market. Ukraine is one of Europe's largest suppliers of wheat. Additionally, other Eastern Bloc countries or Eastern European countries are shutting off the flow or the export of their wheat, um, and so it can create quite the demand. Not to mention military operations generally use a lot of food. There's large grain supplies in place, and but they have to be accessed, and gas is through the roof. So getting the that wheat to market is going to take some time, and in the meantime, the price is just going to continue to run up. People in the industry are pricing in wheat futures target prices of like 500, which is significantly above where it's trading now. SEC filing 13D file today, confirming RC Ventures purchase. Yeah, I know. Crop failures due to climate issues, raising prices, fertilizer shortages. Yeah, I mean, there's problems just all around. Yeah, well, Russia's almost completely embargoed at this point, right? XRT dividend right before GME earnings. Wouldn't they want to return all their XRC shorts to miss the dividend window? Yes. Also, GME earnings aren't announced yet. Sorry if this has been asked already, joining late. Why would RC Ventures have bought such far out of the money leaps on BBBY? Does this make it seem that RC Ventures thought BBBY would run? Yes. Or that the value of the company would drastically improve by 2023. Hedge funds aren't necessarily the writers of options contracts. You're talking about market makers? Shorting benefits the market makers? Not necessarily. Market makers care about max pain. They don't care if the price is up or down. They're delta neutral. They care about the majority of contracts expiring out of the money, both puts and calls. Some of you. Calls on Anheuser-Busch. Probably not a bad. Yeah, more of like a long-term investment if you're betting on a recession. But yeah, Bush cores. It's market makers, but hedge funds like Citadel, Susquehanna, everybody sells options. But market makers are the primary makers of the options market. Also, Citadel is a market maker, except not for GameStop. For options, at least the DRM for CBOE is Wolverine Trading. But yes, everyone sells contracts. 600K shares traded in the first hour, noteworthy, or just a bump from BBBY interest? I mean, GameStop's volume isn't noteworthy at all. It's pretty shit. I found it interesting that the ownership calculation includes 1.6 million of shares tied to unexercised options expiring in 2023. Thoughts? None. It's a pretty common way to enter a stock is with shares and options. What's the ticker for Natty Light? I have no idea. Find out who makes them. Is it like National Beverage or some shit? Is GME still the play in terms of MOASS? It still has, I mean, it has a far higher likelihood of short squeezing than BBBY does. Oh, Anheuser-Busch is Natty Light. Oh, okay. I'm starting to think GME is poo. Why? This price action blows. It's supposed to. That's the point. Because my far out of the money weeklies aren't printing. It's stupid. Um, When do we admit we can't beat corruption and the stock won't ever go up again? Never. Pedro Reyes, thank you so much for becoming a Cornichon, dude. I appreciate it.
Welcome to Cornichon.
Can I buy SPY 2050 leaps? No.
Cornichon. Cornichon.
If no movement this afternoon, does your short-term GME outlook change? I'm hoping a margin call happened. Can you say something to keep me grounded and not go full bull? Yeah. SEC and FINRA both allow for like a up to 70-day extension of margin if a failure occurred. 70 business days. Are these Debbie Downers for real, or am I new here? Probably both. Wheat not halted anymore? Cool. Awesome. Do you think we're trying to keep GME down for as long as they can so that once it goes over 200, people will sell? I mean, that's always a strategy. So what you're saying is we have to wait 70 business days to even see if they were margin called. If they come up with the funds by 70 days, does the clear them so they don't get margin called? Yeah, but it would still cause the stock to run. Sim for Dick Boy, what's up? Missed you too. People annoyed at the 5-month dip or shills? Okay. I mean, I didn't call them that. But if you can't handle the heat, do you think short funds anticipated a buy-in another basket stock? I don't know. It's a good question. Do you think we'll see forced liquidation due to BBBY? Possibly. It depends. I think what we're going to see due to the purchase into BBBY is a significantly larger number of FTDs due on BBBY. If BBBY squeezes or begins an FTD squeeze due to Ryan Cohen's massive purchase, that can put a lot of pressure on the rest of the stocks in the same basket. So looks like they're not covering today. Okay, well, first, common misconception: they don't have to cover first thing in the morning, Matthew. So if they are going to cover anything today, they don't have to do it right now. They can cover all the way through the end of the day, which occurs literally hours from now. But no, it currently doesn't look like they're covering shit. Probably just clearing out whatever minimal FTDs they have to clear for the day while trying to continue to suppress Bed Bath & Beyond's price. Cohen's buy-in to GameStop last year was, let's see, his last buy-in was back here. Hold on. Which was about, let's see, December 17th to January 13th. It's about 17 trading days. Don't forget that GameStop was reg showed shortly after Cohen's final buy-in. So we'll see if the same happens on BBBY. How do you set a price target for something running like wheat? I haven't. What's your average cost? I'm still not sure. I have to do the math later. It's somewhere around like the high 23 or low $24. Rig dead? Doubt it. No, rig consolidating. It's doing fine. SQQQ weeklies are printing big time. Cool. Are options expensive on BBY? They're definitely up right now. I like weekly IV is insane. Well, further out, it's not so bad. If the IV 30 before today was, hold on. uh, 105%, so it's more than doubled. UNWMCX dividend day enough to cause some buy pressure this week. I hope so I can sell more covered calls. Probably nothing significant though. Do you think RC's buy-in with BBY was more of a long-term thing, or do you think it'd be a coordinated attack with the upcoming bullish GME announcements this month? It could be both. Why not both? I bought GME shares a year ago just for tomorrow's Apple event. When do you think we should see a pile of FTDs from RC's buy-in? It can take some time to play out. Last year on GameStop, between RC's final buy-in and the beginning of the January run-up was about 17 days. We'd be looking for BBBY to hit the threshold list. I don't know if it's possible given the amount of shares available, but we'll see. FTDs were already decently high on BBBY, so there's a possibility. BBY consolidate at 22. Maybe. I mean, it looks like they're just shorting as hard as they can. we're also the market's coming down, so they've got a little bit of assistance there. And BBY is way more liquid. So long-term holders dumping out on brand new bag holders. I saw the news on wheat. Riku, what's up, Evan? In 70 business days from now, if we don't see a margin call, does that mean that they've somehow escaped having to pay their margin? Or does it mean that they avoid the GameStop fiasco? I mean, if we go 70 more business days and there's no run whatsoever on GameStop of any significance, then that would not be, well, it's not good news for cycles moving forward. It would definitely, it would look more like a long-term play at that point, and with GameStop having to drive some value, probably through some sort of corporate direction, which apparently we're not getting. When are you going to consider rolling your April 14 calls after the CME rollover date? So March 10th. Apple announced to a smart shower curtain ring exclusive to BBBY tomorrow. And then when I roll those over, I'm just rolling out into leaps. Would it be better to buy more GME or BBBY right now? It's up to you. They're in fact masters of the universe. BBBY purchases. The timing for this news is absolutely calculated and planned. If we think it has anything at all to do with GME, then I expect more to come soon. Do you think we will fail to roll the next rollover date, March 10th? I mean, they could. They don't have to roll over the futures contracts, right? They can move into that period where they're expiring and simply deliver them. Reading that letter, there's 0% chance we get guidance on GME earnings. Yeah, it really fucking looks that way. Did you read RC's letter, B Watts? Hey Greg, how much you lose on BBB so far? I don't know. Like 5 or 6 grand. I have $20 leaps that I bought in January, which are up. Still quite a bit. I think illiquidity from DRS is why they short and use ETF creation. Without liquidity, they can't cover. But now, because they've been using the ETFs long before anybody DRS'd. The ETF shorts they've been using since last January. They reg showed XRT on the downside of the January run up into March last year as well. Isn't today the last day they could cover for OPEX on T+6? Yeah, for T+6, it's the last day. I think RC knows what he's doing. I just think GME is dead and there isn't much saving it if in 70 days we see a margin call good for us. But if not, it's a lost cause. How's it a lost cause? Man, you're fucking super just negative. Why don't you just sell your shares and move on if you don't like the fucking stock? Wheat dead. It's not about the money. It's about the friends I've made along the way and getting to watch my dad stream every day. Any chance RC could just be pumping and dumping on retail with GME and BBBY? Sure. That's what billionaires do, right? You and I both know BBBY was another momentum killer, just like the second offering. Tell me what you really think. Another momentum killer? How does it kill momentum? Hour and a half in, everyone's already negative about a dip. Yeah, it's the usual. If BBBY had no effect on GME, does that mean that the basket theory is not entirely correct? Why would it have any effect today? Because it ran up in pre-market? How much more can they short us? Literally infinite. Did anybody read my fucking DDs? No. The answer is no. I don't know why people would. Falling to 99? Oh, falling to 104. It's crazy how they can keep creating shares in ETFs, XRT, and now in wheat. I mean, the wheat share offering didn't change the NAV though, so it shouldn't have too big of an effect. Also, wheat's not like a short-term trade, right? It's like a longer-term play, like a month or two. How do we know if futures are rolled if we see price action before March 10th on the final roll date? GME isn't dead. The MOASS play is dead. I should have been more clear. GME has a wonderful future, and I can see it squeezing like Tesla did, but not the way we envisioned. I think the potential for a short squeeze on GME remains high, much higher than many other stocks. A lot of fun here today. Yeah, happens. They can people don't like down. It's fucking negative price action. Everyone gets super sad. It's only Monday. The market's only been open like an hour and a half. One sec, I'm gonna update Reddit real quick. Ugh. Sorry, guys. 1 sec. Almost done. How did Wall Street Journal get a hold of RC's letter before the filing? He probably gave it to them. How did Wall Street future stock moves? Meme stock strike back. SSR 149. Okay. Funny how GME dips extra hard the day it reappeared on the Fidelity buy sell. A very good ratio after over a week of being absent from it. If I guess, I mean, doesn't it just make sense that instead of that being FUD, that just more people are buying GameStop today? Don't forget, more retail buy-ins means it's easier for them to clear whatever FTDs are due today. So if retail's FOMOing into GameStop this morning and they're internalizing those buy orders, they can then try to push those orders through CNS to clear out FTDs. Rip to BBBY chasers. Eh. It doesn't seem unlikely that they're going to roll. It's already the 7th. They might not. But that still leaves open the possibility of them failing to roll, right? And having to deliver on those futures by what, the 18th is the final day, the CME expiration. So it'd be quad witching, which would leave March 22nd if they were to deliver on them. T minus 4 minus 1 421 BBY took 19 to 35, 4 days to hit its peak. Same dates GME went from 17 to 400. Any significance? Yeah, they track because they're in the same ETF baskets. Still don't understand why me buying a share clears the FTD they owe. Well, they have a short FTD. And then if they have a long buy, these get pushed through CNS. And they are netted. No pound. Oh, son of a bitch. Well, that sucks. Time to go up now. God, the psychology that plays out in this chat is it's just like raw market psychology. Fucking green candles, everyone's happy and ecstatic. Red candles, everyone's sad. Doesn't even matter what the fucking price is. It just matters the direction the price is moving. Victor, you're just annoying me. I don't care. Tesla doesn't look like it's doing great. Happy till 180 and the channel's good. Why do you say there will be no guidance for GME earnings? RC was pretty clear about his feelings on forward guidance. What was the next predicted price movement around March 10th? Yeah, March 9th and 10th. Due to FTDs and futures rollovers. I'm here for the background noise. I don't really care about the price until you stop streaming. I would say that the emotions here are like a derivative of a derivative. Essentially, gamma equals happiness. Thanks, hey duty. It's not going too bad. Oh, do we know what delta neutral is on BBBY? Significantly lower than the current trading price as of last week. We don't know what it is for today. We only know what it is going into today. It can change, obviously, as FOMO sets in. There's definitely still FOMO. Now I might want to enter some more options. See. Yeah, I'll wait. I think we would see failed futures roll anomaly if we still don't see any ups this week. That's possible. I don't know how they get away with failing to roll forward or deliver on futures though. They still have to satisfy that debit to the ETFs. I just lose money on BBY this morning. Congratulations. Consider the short hedge fund looking for a short position can submit for a locate 3 days prior to actually borrowing the locate. As a result, does it imply MM inventory of locates? The MM inventory of locates is infinite. 2 new SS mods. Want a petition unbanning with me? I'm sure anybody being added to the mod team is not pro me. Other market is pricing in World War III or just way oversold. And Tom's right. This will be over in like 1 moon. What? Good morning, sir. Was sick kid on duty all morning. Tuning in late. Any chance of a quick recap of this morning? Just shorting and long-term BBBY holders bailing out on the massive price bump. Market's down today. Not a big deal. They can fill anything they want. Futures, OPEX, anything. Boof it all till we're all out of our options. Yeah, technically. Only for so long, though. My wife wants me to quit my job and become a day trader. Please don't tell her I'm terrible at it and only getting worse as time goes on. MM want to remain neutral. MMs aren't generally setting up long short positions either. They're just creating synthetic shorts in order to make markets. How long do you think it'll take for wheat shares to get added? It's already done. It's unhalted, right? Yeah, it's already done. There is no T plus 35. That's not a settlement period. There is T plus 2, T plus 3, and T plus 5. Then there is Reg T, which is 35 calendar days. And there's ACH settlement. T plus 9 is actually T plus 5 plus T plus 3. It makes it easier to understand without going into detail on why those two separate settlement periods exist. Would now be a good price point to get into BBBY, or do you see where more downside? This isn't bad. It's a historical resistance. I mean, the downside's not much. It's like $4, right? Maybe 8. You could wait. You could sell CSPs below the current price. Do you think CAT will go higher in the near term? It depends on how you define near term. Like in the next month? Yeah, it's possible. CAT could just continue to keep pushing up, too. Its current run is very strong. It's already approaching my price target range. Up $7 today. I'm going to take some profits and cover my cost basis, probably on a test of 203. And then carry the rest of my position with a stop limit in place forward for a further push it into the upward channel. Or upper channel. Sorry. It's extremely strange that BBBY has a total volume traded, not even 2 hours into trading, of over 70 million, when BBY has a float of 92 million. This seems really weird. Why is that weird? It's just options churn and delta hedging. It's not just like shares traded, right? It's all the hedging from the up and down price movements. Sorry if this has been discussed, but a reasonable price target for rig, I'm thinking like 650. Although 550 is going to be a hard resistance to break. Visa entry at the current price. I don't love it. And didn't they just like cut off Russia? Yeah, I'd want to at least confirm a bounce before I do anything with this. Do you think there will be any FOMO into BBBY? It's traded 70 million shares today. There's already FOMO. How much of that is internalized? I don't know. What do you make of the RC? But the whole stream's literally been about that. You can just rewind and watch it. Can they be shorting to prepare to cover in the next days? I really hope this is the case. It's possible. Thoughts on the current price of Ford for a long position? Can it dip lower? With the current price of oil, might be a good long EV play. What's F trading at right now? Didn't really break up. Yeah, I think the current price is a solid entry, but there's room for it to drop. It can still go down. I would maybe look into what manufacturing contracts they have with the government. But yeah, I mean, if oil continues to rise into the summer, it's possible that this is a decent entry. I would prefer something lower around like 1550, but up to you. I don't really like Ford. I don't have any intention of buying any of it. I don't think. I had some puts on it that I sold, but who's the designated market maker for BBBY? I don't know if there is one. Isn't it a NASDAQ stock? Yeah, I think BBBY is NASDAQ. RC bought Jan 23, BBBY 70 and $80 calls. I know. Do you like Jimmy 520 150 calls? Those are pretty far out of the money right now. I don't hate them, but if you're gonna buy calls that far dated, why not get them nearer the money? Like, I'd rather have less leverage and be closer to the money. What's up with RC's buying for BBBY? Does it relate to GME in any manner? Or, I mean, yeah, they're all the same shorted basket of stocks. How do people not know this already? Like, how do people not understand the relationship with BBBY and GameStop at this point? Cat 203, I know. You think RC about is it going to price to run on this news or an eventual jump? I think he expects the value of the company to go up over the next year. Do you think Bed Bath will be shorted back to its original position? I mean, if they can push it back down and get out from underneath whatever puts they had open and stuff, then probably. GameStop also BBBY opened up way above gamma maximum this morning, right? And so the price isn't going to be super stable in like the 130 like 130 or 3250 like $35 range. And until that options chain is going to open up after today. But yeah, they're going to attempt to keep it from, gamma squeezing if they can. So after today, it'll have a lot more strikes open. Do you make money buying cat calls or buying and selling cat shares? I've never owned any shares of Caterpillar, just calls. $1,300 CSPs. Hmm. There's a risk this could fill. I mean, do you want to buy at 100? If you want to buy at 100, that's fine. But if you're just selling them for premium, it's a little close for comfort. Do you think short hedge funds are trying novel market strategies that haven't been done before to contain GME? Are they getting more innovative? Hmm. I mean, some of it's kind of innovative. Some of it's just what they have to do in order to continue shorting the stock. Why do you think RC is bullish on BBBY? I mean, it's also heavily shorted. Um, they have a lot of cash on hand. They have divisions of the company they can cut loose for a profit. It's undervalued, especially after their share buyback. Even right now, where it's trading at, it's I think severely undervalued. I haven't done like a full dive into their financials, but on the surface, it looks good. Especially if they take some of his guidance and move forward with it. I know a lot of people in here, we discussed in the past buying leaps on BBBY, and I know a lot of people in here did because of their share offering alone. So it wasn't like a stock we weren't looking at before this. Um, I think some of them might have even started entering positions before Ryan Cohen did. Um, Not as good of a cost basis, but because I know people were buying it back in December, and we discussed it again right around the January leap period. That's when I bought leaps on it. I didn't buy a lot of them. I obviously wish I'd bought way more now, but um, shares are fine, right? They can be averaged down if the price declines over the next couple of weeks. But the importance of Ryan Cohen's buy-in into BBBY and this meme basket, like other meme basket stock, is that it can create the same situation that was created last year, where the large purchase creates a surplus of FTDs on the stock, putting the stock onto the reg show threshold list, um, and forcing the settlement of those FTDs. And in the forcing of the settlement of those FTDs can create a Volga-Vana squeeze as variance positions across the consumer discretionary or the retail sector become at risk, which drives a significant amount of options hedging, which can then drive further price improvement and improve the possibility of a gamma squeeze occurring. And because the short position is over the entire sector, um, a squeeze on one can mean a squeeze on all. You've said previously that RC doesn't want to squeeze. Does this BBBY development change your view on that? It sort of. I don't think he wants to use GameStop to directly start a squeeze, but it does appear that this BBBY buy means that he intends to push the shorts off retail, if nothing else. This is a battle that's been going on far longer than just the GameStop saga. This is something that goes back even to his days at Chewy, right? Like this is a concerted effort to destabilize e-commerce and the short positions on a North American retail. And they have existed for quite some time. These are not new shorts. With the growth of Amazon and other e-commerce giants, shorting retail has been a very good investment for quite some time, right? But the fact of the matter is that people still want stores and people still shop, and so it is a pushback against that in a way. And by consolidating his investments in these sectors, he can, and a lot of these companies are mismanaged, and the boards are bloated and useless, and it presents a great opportunity to go in and drive efficiency in these companies, so they can realize the value in what they already own. If you look at XRT, which basically tracks the entire you know consumer retail's like brick and mortar sector, it's been used to heavily short most of these stocks since 2011. Nothing's killing GME, they're just shorting it. Chill the fuck out. I have not started selling CCs on GameStop yet. I likely won't until earnings. We're diverging from other memes. Hard shorts. Yeah. How do they short GME when utilization has been 100% for 19 days? Okay, first of all, there's two reasons. Ortex short utilization, which is what people are referencing, and IBKR. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's Ortex or IBKR. Do not have a view of the entire lending pool. So of the shares they track, 100% are used. This does not mean that 100% of all available GME shares are being used. The second thing is through ETFs. The supply of short sales, shouldn't even say short sales, the supply of shares is unlimited. So that is how they can continue to short, and how they will continue to short. That does not mean that that short position is sustainable, but it is there. The bar rate on GME this morning hit 2% on IBKR. It's still 1.75 on Fidelity. Yeah, CAT just keeps pushing up. Little consolidation. We'll see if it bounces on the MA60. I mean, I have June and April calls, so I mean, I'm not really tracking this for like if you guys are playing weeklies on this, that's probably a terrible idea. But if you've made some money, good on you, but be very careful because on rejections at resistance, CAT can turn around quite a bit. I've seen it drop from 203 back to 98 repeatedly before breaking out. 101. BBBY kind of holding its floor a little bit. GameStop continuing to be shorted. Yeah, they need to avoid FOMO. FOMO is bad for them. And by pushing the price of both stocks down this morning, they get people to sell, they get people to bail. Not so much on GME, but definitely BBBY. It's just psychological. The amount of hedging that'll need to be done just from the price BBBY opened out this morning is already significant. Do you hold any hope for April calls? I'm also looking to roll them to July or January. Rough week. I mean, I still have my April calls. I expect to see some price improvement. Well, this week is rough. I'm sure we'll turn around a little bit by April. If I don't see any price improvement by the 10th, you know, I'll roll them forward and get into leaps. So if the supply of shares is unlimited and they, the short hedge fund, have unlimited money, which they don't, with the SEC on their side, sort of, what are the odds of GME to go even to 300? It's gone to 300 3 times, so pretty good. So ETFs are just fraud factories. Then why are they being allowed and not called out by supposed advocates? Well, because they have nothing to do with PFOF, and the supposed advocates only care about payment for order flow, and that it hurts the business model of several other large hedge funds. So really, there's an agenda with all of that, with dark pools and PFOF, where they want to stop high frequency trading in the markets because it hurts like big long institutions like BlackRock, Vanguard, Goldman Sachs. And they're not a big fan of that. I mean, it hurts retail too, but not in the same way because we don't own millions and millions of shares of things as each individual. And then as far as fraud in ETFs go, the process by which they are shorting the stock, although very immoral, is not entirely illegal. And while it does, in fact, defraud investors not only in the underlying equities, but also in the investors in the ETF itself, a case for that would need to be made and proven in court. So I'm not paying taxes to 2069. These losses were way more fun than paying to the government. The dip before the dip. SSR is on. It's also, yeah, mostly pointless. It takes 5 days of fails to appear on reg show. Should we see BBBY there by Friday? If fails are sufficient, yes. Trying to predict when something is going to be reg showed is basically impossible because we don't have up-to-date FTD data. Our FTD data is always on a 15-day lag. How are those cat calls doing? Fantastic. Ooh, Apple's starting to look. Bounce though. Cover 65s. Curious. $65 for 10. Hmm. 7. Hate that. So what's a good 18-year strategy? Blue chips or ETFs? I set up a custodial for my 1-year-old this week. Blue chips. I'd wait for a further dip in the market before buying in. But yeah, blue chips are good. Or at least balance it like Dow versus S&P. Plan for a recession. Compounding REITs are good. Do you think RC wants doesn't why do you think RC doesn't want to squeeze? I don't think he wants to start one directly. I don't think he wants to be responsible for starting one. Like, I don't think he's going to take any actions with GameStop that could be seen as, attempting to induce or create a squeeze. But his purchase into BBBY indicates that he does intend to at least push the shorts out. Could you see us hit into the 50s if the market tanks? 40s? And that's where the next support is. This should be illegal. So do something about it. Price action on wheat in the near term. Near term, I have no expectations. Next couple of months, up. Thanks, Sang. How low will she go, Sang? Psychological resistance at 100. Just people buying. It's a good deal. I didn't say RC is working against a squeeze. Just why don't you just rewind and listen to the entire thing I said? When does BlackRock think a recession will start? Are your thoughts similar? Yeah, SSR's kicked in. That doesn't mean anything though. Are you buying any more GME shares? No. Shortage of wheat, new avian flu affecting chickens, bullish on bread. Parsi wanted to squeeze with GameStop will likely be seen as market manipulation by the powers that be. RC wants shorts off retail. He knows a squeeze is the best way to do that. Yeah, I agree. His buy-in into BBY was definitely not just for the value in BBBY, which was there, but it's less significant than its effect on the rest of the retail basket. Do you expect a market dip in the next week, or are we waiting for Jerome to speak again? Is there anything wrong with playing longer dated puts on the SPY if we imagine the market to tank? I don't think there's anything wrong with buying longer dated puts on the SPY. I would say that the issue would be that VIX is still fairly elevated, and so puts on the SPY are still going to be pretty expensive. Hi-Fi not buying any more GME shares. Just wow. How is that? Wow. I've said repeatedly that I have more than enough GameStop shares. If it goes below my cost basis and I can average down a little, I might. But GameStop already makes up a very big chunk of my portfolio. No, I don't pay attention to FX hedge because it's just nonsense on Twitter. I don't think he exercised the calls he bought yet. Why would RC buy into BBB? Why not another retailer? Well, BBBY was cheap. That's likely why. It does mean that the SPY is more likely to go downhill. And the SPY, we're already in a bear market. The people want your whole portfolio to be Jimmy. I don't really care. I'm over all the ideals. RC is very, very rich. He's not rich enough to be untouchable. Fair. I'm trying to figure out how to buy shares of Wonder Bread, but they don't seem to allow that anymore. What's happening? Why do you think Jimmy is the hardest hit of the memes today? Because they shorted it? Pretty obviously, right? How telling is it that RC didn't buy any AMC? I don't understand why people think that RC could get in trouble for BBBY. I don't think they do. Dude, if BBY ends the day red, I'll laugh. What are the chances? It could happen. Consistent push down. You've also got, institutions selling that bought in for cheaper. You're gonna have long-term holders selling out that bought in the last couple months. I actually didn't buy AMC because Adam Aaron would have no problem going full scorcher if he was called out the way BBY CEO was called out. Looks like SSR is working. I wouldn't say that. More shorts. How about RC manipulate some tendies our way? Or is he scared that we'll sell after MOASS and ruin GameStop? Has anyone just tried calling the cops on the hedge funds? Media outlet? I hope not, because false 911 reports are illegal. Reddit and Twitter all just pushing this letter from RC on a Sunday, and it runs pre-market, leaving out most retailers. You think this is kind of sus? Nothing is a coincidence. What would be sus about it? Nothing happening with BBBY right now is suspicious behavior. It ran in pre-market because there was FOMO. It's dipping in market hours because people are selling and they're shorting it. They've borrowed plenty of shares. What would you think if RC buys into AMC next? I'll sell everything he's touched. The powers that be never wanted the mess. Even the 5 million GME sold was to break MOASS. Yeah, I don't think anybody's ever had any intention of attempting to create a short squeeze, at least on that side. But he is trying to push the shorts off of retail, and a squeeze is the best way to do that. So I don't think he's gonna, like, it's not gonna stop him from buying into these companies when they're undervalued, right? So I don't think he's gonna actively attempt to create a short squeeze. But at the same time, like, if it's the byproduct of his investments, then so be it. Would Cohen have sold some of his BBY leaps this morning in the run, or would he hold them for reputation or something? He may have sold them, but he may just be holding them for growth in the company. Is it possible that he considers BBBY to be worth more than its current value? And hence bought far out of the money leaps, speculating that the price of the underlying asset would rise above the price of his leaps. That also seems very likely, given that he clearly has an interest in long-term ownership. How does BBY get shorts off retail? It's over-shorted and part of the same basket as the rest of the stocks. A massive buy-in puts pressure on those shorts, significant pressure, and causes failures to deliver. Since those failures to deliver are contagion across the basket, it can cause runs in the prices of all the other underlying stocks that make it up, like Dillard's, Macy's, Nordstrom's, GameStop, AMC, Dick's Sporting Goods, Big Five, you name it. Will malls make a resurgence? I think that has more to do with COVID than anything else. It depends. There's going to be a lot of the population is going to have a aversion to hanging out publicly for quite some time. Seems easy to say it's increased shorting, but what else could it be? Increased shorting. There could be more FTDs due today that need to be cleared through CNS. That's about it. There could be some FOMO, but they can internalize that. I guess you could split the NFT marketplace off into a subsidiary. OG basket costs did a plus 9% up today. I was surprised to see it move at all as insiders cash out and shorts closed, or so I assumed. I mean, the shorts are never really closed on costs, and the insiders are never cashed out. The insiders own a massive chunk of the company. They keep the free float relatively low, and when it short squeezes, they sell a bunch of shares and relieve the short pressure, making tons of money. Jimmy going to IWB is why Spy kicks us around so hard. What a piece of shit ETF to be in. Leaving an IWM probably would have kept the volume from FTDs up. Probably. GameStop would have a lot more institutional ownership if it was back in the Russell 2000. Every ticker you just mentioned is big downs this AM. I know. 200k shares just appeared on iBarrow. Interesting. What the fuck is Rig doing? It's turning hard like this. Cat call at 130%. When it hit 203.50. Thank you. You're welcome, C-Mill. I'm glad you made some money on it, dude. I'm gonna keep holding. I probably stopped out of a few here. Did I? Not many, but a few. Yeah, I think my cost basis is almost covered. But yeah, I'm gonna keep holding and wait for it to turn around and push up more. I don't think this run is over. Do 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 do. Might even break 104. Keep worshipping RC. Not worshipping anybody. Cat slipping 250. Yeah, that's fine. I know. Rig dead. It's not looking very promising. We'll see. I think it's at a resistance, so I'm gonna see if it bounces. I don't have very long dated calls on this. Don't forget the Spy is just having a shitty rough day too. So this is a big part of, you know, like everything's red. It's just a red shit day. Very few things are outperforming the overall market. Institutional ownership on BBBY isn't over 100%. $450K shares to borrow. I feel like that we're fucked. You have red shit. You should see a doctor. Last cat call traded was at my sell limit, just not mine. Now it goes down, obviously. How to make money in a bear market? Puts on all of it. Yeah. I mean, things also run in a bear market. Think if I buy some GME and write a letter to the boards, we can get this stock to run 30%. Maybe. Bought 90 shares on 119. And it falls the next 2 days to 100. Well, it could have been worse. Yeah. VIX outperforming the market. How come BBY can't squeeze as high as GME? It doesn't have nearly the amount of share lockup. It's got a far more liquid float. Do you think LRC will squeeze a GME? Why? Probably not. It could run, but I doubt it will squeeze. Will you play the downside of cat this time? Possibly, but not yet. I'm still long. I sold some for a bit of my cost basis, but I don't think it's done moving up. Also, an RC suggestion to take BBY private via premium sale to some entity. And the suggestion was to take Bye Bye Baby private, not the entire business. SSR doesn't matter. Yeah, it never has. Are they seller boxing BBBY? Fuck you, JFresh. How MRR are you from your YouTube? How MRR are you making from your YouTube channel? What the fuck is MRR? Wasn't it to potentially sell the entire business as well? Yeah, sell it or take it private. But Bye Bye Baby, not Bye Bye Bed Bath and Beyond. 130cc safe, probably. Fuck, I'll sell one. Oh, maybe not. Yeah. I could, if you can buy it back, yeah. Or if you have it hedged. Like if you have another call, then it's not a big deal. Like if you have a 130C already for further out. Why the fuck would SSR being on force shortable shares to be returned? It's just a short sale restriction. Thank you, Gherk, and a big shout out to your mods and quants for your unwavering dedication to seek out the facts. Hang in there, everyone. It's only the darkest before the dawn. Obligatory guy brush for MOASS. Thank you, NW. When is OPEX date for BBBY and Ryan Cohen buy shares to equal his value or puts for pineapple pizza? Both of those alternatives, taking it private and selling it, would cause a share buyback? No. A share recall? Might that be the intention in that case? No, nobody has to recall their shares. They're not taking the whole company private. They would be just taking that wing of the company private or selling it. The sale of it could. Jan 23, 100C to buy now or wait till after March 10th. GME Jan 23, 100C. I mean, IV's decent. You could probably get, if you're buying leaps, you could probably wait for lower IV. Do you think RC buys into another retail basket company? It's possible. Every trade, a couple miles, every loss, a couple tears. Every gain will make you smile, make you want to burst and cheers. Patience is a virtue. I know this to be true. Wait a little while and watch the gains come to you. Like investing, Jeff. Jeff, they're privileged. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Are you still standing your hopium theory that RC forced OPEX fail with his BBBY purchase? I mean, the timing's very good. Why are we not talking? I mean, it's not HA. It's not like RC bought GameStop. Why are we not talking about RC buying into a company that has a baby human trafficking division? You think he will merge BBBY and GME to take on Amazon directly? I mean, he doesn't own BBBY. He just owns like 9.8% of it. Wouldn't taking Bye Bye Baby private significantly decrease the value of BBBY stock? Not necessarily. Especially if they sell it, definitely not. Are all stocks dead today? For the most part. Cycle theory now over if they didn't meet OPEX. No. The cycles might be over. The theory that supports their existence is just due dates for when they have to cover obligations. They built up obligations, they have yet to cover them. It's not very complicated. The question is, how long can they go without covering them? I don't purchase 10% stakes often, but when I do, I make futures fail and cause FTD pileups. RC. His timing of his buy-ins is very closely aligned with gamma exposure due dates on the stocks he has bought into, specifically GameStop and BBBY. Both of those buy-ins occurring or announced perfectly upon the due dates of those obligations. Any evidence of the marking long? Some, yeah. Sufficient? I don't know. What's a critical support level for the SPY? 420, 400, but in that range. How long could we need to stay under support to see a crash or correction? We're already in a correction. Crash, You need fear. If there's no fear, there's no crash. Which things would indicate to you that the shorts did in fact close their positions and that MOASS won't happen for sure? As soon as they stop creating massive piles of FTDs through ETFs and are no longer building or hedging variance swaps on GameStop. Jon Stewart continues to fire Wall Street. Okay. Anything really gonna happen this week? We'll see. Can you please show us the gamma exposure charts in relation to when RC bought in on both GME and BBBY so we can form some wrinkles? Gamma exposure charts? What gamma exposure charts? Fuck are you talking about, Stefan? Everyone relax. The entire market is red. This is only temporary. Give it time and you'll be rewarded. 200 years from now, you'll be happy you held. Everyone's so depressed. I feel like they cover exposure on BBY and nothing to do with RC other than a news cover. Possible. I think he means the max pain chart. I'm not sure what the fuck he's talking about. The gamma exposure charts haven't been graphed yet. Are you talking about GEX? Like just like Nave GEX? You can't track gamma exposure across the entire sector. Didn't you tell Stefan to read technical analysis of the financial markets like 10 times before he talks? I thought I did, and yet here he is. But they stop using ETFs and piling up these FTDs. MOASS will only get smaller. If they stop using FTDs, yeah, I understand that. Well, he asked me what would be the case for me thinking that there was no longer the potential for a squeeze on GameStop. And I told him if they stop using ETFs to create FTDs on the underlying stocks, which they haven't done yet, so I'm not super concerned about it. Everyone's just sad because the price is down. Does this make RC public enemy number 1 for hedgies? Probably. I think he's inferring that we've somehow mapped the entire gamma exposure for GME and GME containing ETFs over the course of the last year, which is fucking crazy. When will we potentially see FTDs play out from today? They're probably being covered right now. FTDs don't guarantee improvement in price. They just generate volume. If there's other pressure on the clearing of those FTDs, then it can cause price improvement. People are depressed because of nothing. Because nothing, not RC pumping BBY. Oh, people are depressed because nothing, not RC pumping BBBY or FTDs or OPEX or leap exposure. Nothing seems to make GME run. We should be worried. Really? I feel like the more they suppress the price, the more bullish it is. The harder they try to keep it down, the more chance it has to go up and faster. I don't really understand all the bearishness. Maybe that's kind of the problem right now, is everyone's feeling like a bunch of FUD and big sad, but for me, it just looks bullish as fuck. They built up a massive stack of obligations, essentially doubling down their short position on the retail sector in the last 3 months. The market has yet to fail. These businesses have remained stable and not gone under. And yet their short position remains. They have yet to cover it by the date that it was due to be covered. And RC's running around buying up 10% of other companies that are also over shorted. I mean, like, why the fuck is anybody sad right now? It's just that people don't want to wait. They want the stock to open and rip, and they want to see their accounts green because they have no fucking patience. If you think that the short hedge funds are just going to let it happen, you're out of your fucking mind. These are $500 billion plus organizations that can easily buy these companies 100 times over. They are not going to just let Ryan Cohen or the rest of retail fuck them for good times. They will fight till the dying fucking breath, until there isn't a dollar left, until no more extensions are given, and only then, when forced, will they give up. So if you don't like holding and you don't like waiting and the market isn't for you, then don't participate in it. As for me, I'm in it. I like what's going on. What's happened is that people are coming to the realization that over the last year, they've been fed a bunch of bullshit by a bunch of people that didn't know what the fuck they were talking about. And are now realizing that that was just false. And if that was the only reason you held and it had nothing to do with the fundamental value of the company or, you know, the valuation due diligence that DFE did back in 2020, then, you know, you probably shouldn't be in it because you're not ready for, you know, how long this could take. Let's take a look at some other stocks that have run in the past and gained value over time. Let's look at Tesla. Let's not look at how long fucking Tesla holders held through this absolute shit period from its inception through like, well, March of 2020. So seven years. Apple? You guys want to look at Apple? This entire period of Apple ownership was just complete shit. And it's almost 10 years long. These things take time, and Ryan Cohen's pushing forward things that will have value soon. But you know, it's not an easy battle. It's not going to be short. Didn't the VW squeeze take a couple years to develop? It took a couple years for it to be in a position where it was worth squeezing. The VW squeeze wasn't something that was developed over time, though. It was just like forced, right? Like Porsche just forced a short squeeze. Great speech, but please don't let me in with the sad people. I'm in it for the long haul. The fact is, this is how hard they have to push without clearing obligations. Gets me fucking jacked. Yeah, same. I don't think people even understand what it means that OPEX failed. The thing that they have had to clear every quarter on GameStop for the last 6 quarters has failed. They have failed to clear their obligations on their retail shorts. No, FTDs are absolute bullshit market mechanic, but they exist. You're not going to get rid of them. In a market where almost everything traded is synthetic, they will be heavily utilized. And any advantage through failing to deliver will be taken. If you could short something today and not have to buy back for, 45 calendar days, you probably would. Having a time machine built into your short position is pretty fucking fantastic. We don't know that OPEX failed. Could be that's still a failure to cover. Their shares still have to be delivered, Stefan. Whether they use flex options to get out of it, whether they use ETFs, it all comes due. I said false narratives, not false predictions. Sploosh. And the cycles were great until they stopped being great. Wasn't it 35 days from last OPEX? It depends on how they got out of their OPEX obligations. OPEX was likely, but hard to say because of the FINRA deferral due between the 24th and 25th of February. Depending on if they used ETFs, flex options, or simply failed a margin call, we could run into different due dates for this exposure. So it could be T plus 6 plus 35 calendar plus 9. It can be T plus 2 plus 35, or it can be 60 to 70 business days. Because absolutely nothing stops their ability to continue shorting through ETFs, Stefan. We've been over this 500 times. If you're not listening, I'm no longer going to answer your redundant questions. Aside from margin call, what other things could cause them to fail OPEX if they're able to defer their clearing of the obligations? But it's advantageous for them to clear those obligations because it allows them to resume shorting. So by not clearing the obligations, they have done something disadvantageous to themselves. A 14-day extension would be due Wednesday. Yeah, but they could write in and have that extended again up to 4 times. And it's 15 days. Is there an expected floor before we bounce? Last I checked, we were at like 117 to 120. We're below delta neutral right now. I think significantly below delta neutral. What was delta neutral at? Delta neutral at like 103-ish. Might be a little higher now. It was turning around last update I had on it. I can't wait 70 business days to get rich. Could you ask RC to speed up the process, please? Guybrush is from MOASS and nothing else matters. Why would they do something disadvantageous to themselves? Because they had no other choice. If you don't believe in the cycle theory or OPEX window, then please present a valid argument and list the reasons why you don't believe research, data, and DD. If you have no evidence, then politely stop spamming the chat with bullshit. Praise to VWeb and Riku. Thank you, Shilly Dan. What's good IV to buy into GME leaps? The Jan 23 100C or at 101%? It's a little high. I'd like lower, like in the 90s, 80s would be better for buying into leaps. It's not terrible, but it is a little bit high, especially at the money. Thoughts on BBBY ripping back to 30? I absolutely think BBBY is going to continue upwards. I think GameStop isn't going to stay at these levels for very long. With the inflation data Thursday and quad witching next week, we really are going to see some turbulence, and this is without Russia-Ukraine problem. Yeah, the market's going to get pretty volatile. Could they be shorting hard this morning to prep for covering through OPEX futures? Potentially. I think they're just doing it to kill FOMO. FOMO is the thing they fear the most. And it's so easy to kill with retail's mindset. Like, it's unfucking believable how little confidence in purchases people have. Often mention the need to pressure the short hedge fund position with the need to postpone OPEX. Feed me hopium and tell me something is afoot. Something is, it's just hard to pin down because we need more data. And for us to get more data, because, you know, retail is essentially blinded, we need time. In a margin fail scenario, 70 business days from Feb 24th around June 6th. Yes. What happened to Diamond Hands Forever? Sentiment shifted around the same time that we moved into a bear market. Not covering obligations hasn't slowed shorting. Shorting is still continuing. Regardless of whether they've covered OPEX or not, they can continue compounding those positions in the ETFs. So don't gamble. Just buy stocks and wait. Invest. If you don't have the capital to play short-term you know, chances on stocks, then just buy and hold. There's never been anything wrong with that strategy. We said they can defer up to 4 times. Yeah, with written permission and approval from FINRA. Let's say we go up in price now. How would that affect margin call 70 days out? Well, once the margin call is in the lender's hands, if the lender feels like there is significant risk, they can just begin liquidation. They can force settlement. They don't have to wait. Obviously they do in order not to, you know, ruin relationships, but yeah, if the risk is, you know, catastrophic, then the lenders are going to pull back. I know, P. I know a lot of people are just chilling out and not caring, but a lot of people are. Do I snore? I don't think so. Although I wouldn't know. I think some folks are struggling to watch their calls bleed, and the idea of rolling them again with Forex 15-day deferment is hard to stomach. Yeah, it's bullshit. I'm not happy about it either, but this is the way things work. Can you shorting even after failing OPEX? Why would they even want to clear their obligations? They want to clear their obligations because eventually those obligations will be due in the form of dividends on XRT. XRT also rebalances. If they're holding those obligations during the rebalance, they will be forced to cover them. Sorry, one's actually down. Love you, Gherk and Pickle Fam. Thank you as always for providing this space. Pickles will prevail. Thank you so much, Huge Steve. Everyone had diamond hands when we were chilling at 180 and our portfolios were green. Now they see red and freak out. Shorts haven't covered yet, and there hasn't been any data to indicate otherwise. If y'all can't take the heat, stay the fuck out of the kitchen. Thanks, Chili Dan. What do you think about the notion that risk was successfully transferred to the primes? They're not margin calling because it's really on them. How would that happen? They're not just going to pick up Citadel's bags and run with them, or Melvin's bags. They'll just cut them off and let them fail. Could the recent margin rule have been a result of this buy-in looking to prevent a sneeze? It seems likely, yeah. Sorry if you said this before, but what is 4 times 15-day deferment? SEC 15C3? Are you asking the rule or like what day that falls on? If it's, this is loose because we don't know what day they failed, but if they failed on OPEX, as late as June 3rd. If I was buying into options now, I'd be buying leaps. Simple as that. And I'd wait for lower IV to do it. There is now a 450k borrowable shares available at 1.6. Okay. Can you expand on the importance of XRT? It's the most heavily abused of all the ETFs containing GameStop. It's also currently on the Reg Show threshold list. If you can't take the heat, don't suckle the RC meat. I think XRT's rebalance date is 3/21. I might be wrong on this. I'll have to double check it. And the X dividend date is 3/17. Thank you for your steady resolve the last 10 months and all the work before. Love. I've always wondered, however, what did you spend my call premium on? Chips. Sent up 30% now. Oh, cool. Excuse me. Y'all just here to jerk it with gherkin it. The SADS vibe is distracting. If this tiny ouchie down hurts, imagine getting BF'd in 08. Now smile and ask Pickle to look into the camera. RC's purchase on 3/2 was 69,000 shares. Nice. Jimmy has given me life again. My plums are back up, not down to my knees. No more ear hair. Only if I can find a stock to get rid of my back hair. You could just wax, Grandpa John. Just go get it waxed. You'll be super smooth. You'll swim faster. There's no downside. Give us this day our daily gains, and forgive us our bearishness, as we forgive those who bet against us. Lead us not into degeneracy, but deliver us from losses. Oh, trash. Just looking at GME options, it seems like August 22nd options cost same as January 23rd. Why is that? What? Fucking GameStop doesn't even have August options open. What are you talking about? Is it possible that XRT isn't the main ETF to look at and IWM is the ETF to look at? I've considered that. If you guys, I don't know if you guys saw my clip from like last week, but there is a consideration that IWM contained massive amounts of obligations due towards GameStop and was on a February, March, August, November cycle. And now XRT is holding those obligations and is on a March, July, was it March, July, September, December cycle of expiration cycle. So it may be that the shift from IWM to XRT that occurred, you know, the shift of using IWM to using XRT to primarily short GameStop occurred last June after the ETF rebalance, when we were moved from the Russell 2K and we were removed from the Russell or the S&P 600 to the 1K and the 400. And if you look at it, it makes a lot of sense, and that would mean that OPEX isn't in fact due until after March 18th, as the position slowly unwinds from the end of June into November. And this could have been the clearing of IWM obligations. And then once they were able to clear those out, they flipped their short positions, or a lot of their short positions, over to XRT. XRT going on the reg show threshold list here in December. And if XRT is on a different cycle of obligation clearing, then it's possible that, you know, OPEX is now moved into the subsequent quarter. But like I said, we can't prove this until we have time. Like we need to see that occur. Mr. Dan, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gherkin.
December's not an OPEX period.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got
December's leap expirations, and they shorted under it.
Cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin to go back. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man.
If the question is what happened to December and January, it's very simple.
Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe, motherfucker. Trade, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
Going into November, many of these leaps were in the money. After November, they shorted under the exposure. That's it. Without these leaps staying in the money into their expiration, there was very little gamma exposure due from these two events. So they simply dropped the price under the exposure. But what this caused was a massive buildup of obligations. Which were then moved forward to February's OPEX. We did not see these covered as of yet. Potentially March's expiration, if I'm correct about the XRT thing, but that's still speculative. You can't have both. You can't both short the stock wildly synthetically and avoid the covering of that obligation as well. So if you're going to use massive synthetic shorting to short a stock, you're going to have to cover it eventually. If you fail to do so, then you put yourself at risk for a margin call. If they move to March, does this allow them to use futures in a way they couldn't have before? No. And what would be interesting about that is futures would be due before the OPEX. So it would put the OPEX date on the other side of futures clearing. So last year, you know, our OPEX occurs as we see in the Feb and May run-ups. OPEX occurs, and then the price action went up into rolls, which then drove the price even further. But if the cycle is shifted and it is in fact a March expiration, that would mean that the roll would occur and then OPEX. Which would inverse, right? FX Hedge talking about margin call at 2 p.m. That's possible. Good for them. They should really stop over leveraging their own brokerage account. Can you explain the support resistance graph under WeBull analysis? Why is resistance at 1700? I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. You're talking about like WeBull Mobile, that thing that tells you where like people's cost bases are? That's just nonsense. Hide your position in exotic derivatives and kick the can to infinity. This is different than hiding a long-term borrowed short position drastically. This is not the same. The ETF will have to rebalance. The shares will be due to that ETF in order for them to maintain control of their equity basket. Yeah, I feel like FX Hedge says margin call every day at 2 p.m. Just try to purchase 40 more shares through Fidelity, and they are now classifying GME as a penny stock. Any games to play while we wait for the stock market to boom? Not Elden Ring. Oh, I wanted to buy that today. I forgot. Shit. All signs pointing to Vanguard and Schwab as the ETFs that share BBBY and GME. Yeah. VTI especially, right? Or the total market index. Is 325 a reasonable time to play in the money calls on an XRT given OPEX and X dividend date? Yeah, could be. Elden Ring stream, let's fucking go. It's good. Open world Dark Souls. It sounds cool. Wheat though? What about it? Oh. Wheat though, rockets? What's a good strike and date for a pour with about $550? I was thinking April 1st 130s or March 25th 120. Both of those are weeklies. I mean, you're gonna have issues with liquidity. You're gonna be paying more. VTI is the only ETF that has literally all the meme stocks. I'm aware. I feel like you mentioned this before, didn't you, Turd? But yeah, all of the meme stocks are in VTI. Which is interesting because it doesn't seem like, I mean, given that, you know, Vanguard's ownership in BlackRock, it doesn't seem like Cohen is investing uh for like for the benefit of BlackRock. Did Brian Cohen buy Sen also? I don't think so. If Jimmy were to run this afternoon, what would Gamma Max be? Gamma Max on GameStop, I think, is still up around like 140 something, 148. Right now we're just under delta neutral, I believe. Can I DRS my REITs? Probably not. This goes beyond GME. Letting retail win anything will prove that retail can affect the market, which is bad for them. XRT rebalance hurt us. GME was like $150 last quarter. So XRT will have to buy more GME to keep the 1% fund balance, not sell it. Yeah, I'm not sure when they mark the spot price, but possibly. If RC's move was largely to apply pressure on the meme baskets, do you think BBBY was the best choice to buy in to help GME? I think Dillard's would have been a better buy, but BBBY, I mean, it's hard to acquire shares of Dillard's and it's expensive. So as far as being undervalued goes, yeah, I would say BBBY, maybe Express, but they don't have nearly the same footprint. So an investment into BBBY seems solid. I need to look more at their financials and some of their quarterly reports from over the last couple of years. But I think it's a solid one. The shorting is very apparent on BBBY. If you look at OBV, the naked shorting that's gone on in BBBY over the last year is insane. I don't think RC can afford to buy Macy's or Nordstrom's. So I logged off Fidelity and logged back in place the 40 share purchase again and went through. Who knows? Gurk, you must have called them. Might get some PBY now. Looks like it's stabilizing. Yeah, it seems to be stabilizing around this $20 mark. Naked and Sen running. Why didn't RC buy AMC? Perhaps Popcorn Apes already own the float 10 times over, and Adam Aaron won't let that dog food slinging grifter anywhere near his golden stock. What's the significance of 1269? Oh, it tends to be a time. There's some dark pool that dumps right around that time. I think in relation to the close of the London market, but I'm not sure. So in theory, XRT will be a GME on the 18th, and then short hedge funds will want to clear shorts before having to pay the dividend on the 22nd. Maybe a run 18th through the 23rd. That's what I'm thinking. That's like where my focus is right now, because too much aligns on those dates. You have the futures expiring on the 17th or the 18th. You have ETF index and monthly options expiring on the 18th. You have XRT's dividend on the 17th. Not just XRT, all of the ETFs that they use have quarterly dividends. Most of them coming due there in March with the ex-dividend dates coming up. So yeah, I expect them, I think they doubled down on this short position and have held through the last quarter, and it's been profitable, but they need to get out, right? Like they need to close it. I skipped my super serious idea. I didn't see it. I'm sorry. How do you know anything about the size of RC's member? Your announcement completely contradicted his tweet. Is he lying to us? Maybe. To what extent do you think today's price action is a direct retaliation to RC's letter buy-in? To what extent do you think today's price action is a direct retaliation? Oh, I'm sure. It's absolutely designed to crush FOMO. So do hedge funds have infinite money, and can they continue suppressing the price forever? Also, our puts cost same like shares. Fuck you, dork. What do you think would be an attractive price for institutions to start a buying pile in the 80s? I think if we dip to the 80s again, we might see some more institutional buying. How do you think CEI can go? I want to transfer as much gains as possible to GME. I don't know. It's a good question. Is this slowing down at all, or is it just going to continue to drop off? VWAP's staying pretty high. Okay. So this isn't a significant amount of selling. Guess I can continue to. I'm still in the money. What's wheat looking like today? Is it doing anything extraordinary? No. It's starting to come up again. Something else I need to check, but I forgot what it was. Shit. I don't. Oh, cat. What's cat doing? Back below 90. Okay, so it's just kind of riding that resistance. Let me look at this. 1 second. So a little rejection. Reduction right at the resistance line. So for those of you that are in cat, I'm just going to show you where we are on at least my TA for this. This looks good. It can consolidate a little bit before moving up again. I don't know how long this push up has been pretty strong, but it could definitely see another consolidation here between its current trading price. Is that where it's trading right now? 199.73. Yeah, and move back up again to test that like 203.87 resistance. I will probably take some more profits on another test of this like 204.50 zone. And then the rest of my position I'm going to hold for a potential move up into like this range at 210 or into this upper range around 220. But it very cleanly got rejected at like this 203.87 resistance. Oop. Doo -doo. When do you think BBBY will acquire GMA? BBBY's current market cap 2 billion compared to GMA's 7.7. If things were different, would you try other ways before they have been done? Serious question. What? If things are different, would you try other ways before they have been done? Can you rephrase your serious question, Velvet Jupiter? Because it currently makes no sense. Thank you for the donation. I'm here for real now. We can run. Finally. What do you think about swing day trading options on GME? Not counting on a run up, but just trading to make money. Tempting at these low prices. It is, but there's more potential downside. I don't know. I don't like a swing today. Yeah, I mean that's a great way to earn capital if you can time it. GameStop's a risky stock to day trade though. So if you're just trying to scalp moves, I mean, you're gonna pay out the ass for the options, and then a turnaround will burn you hard. Thoughts on a Home Depot gap fill? It's definitely possible. I know I know what you're talking about. Yeah, it's possible. Did you see this VIX spike today? Yeah, earlier. This. The VIX is getting kind of unstable, and it's in a bit of a feedback loop. So, you know, a short squeeze on the VIX seems almost imminent at this point. Is the market finally turning around? No. I mean, everything's just red today too, so it's, you know, factor that in. Nothing's really performing well. Do the institutions buy GME bottom for the stock fundamentals, or are they also hoping for a squeeze? I mean, they don't care about the squeeze. They'd just be buying in for the fundamentals. Is it a good time to sell CSPs and CCs on BBBY, assuming they're going to slowly drop it until the next cycle, unless squeeze? I wouldn't take the risk on anything. Hmm. Yeah, I'd be pretty careful taking the risk on CCs right now. CSPs maybe, yeah, especially if you want to try to get that like lower cost basis around 18 or 16, those are probably pretty good. Do you see any movement in Dillard's? I think Dillard's is kind of dead today. It was just flat. Not really doing anything impressive. I gotta figure out. I want to buy some shares over there because the options chain is just complete bullshit. But I'm still trying to figure out where I'm gonna get the money from. They're expensive. But I want to get like 100 or 200 shares, I think. Right now at 250, I think it's a decent cost basis. I'm like balls deep in wheat and oil, so I guess I could sell some like leaps on Tesla. I don't know. I don't annoy with other stocks, but you got any thoughts on SQ? I think it's a good company. I don't care about talking about other stocks. SQ is, I think it's a good company. They're just nice earnings. Valuation not looking ridiculously bloated anymore. I mean, it depends on how nice their earnings were. I mean, they had a little jump from earnings, but you're looking for a new floor. So You're looking for this to recover. And find out if this is consolidation or just a sell-off from the higher price point. So I'd be watching this closely, see if it starts to break into an uptrend based on their previous earnings, and then cautiously follow it from there. Currently, it looks weak. I would expect some improvement to take some time. And it looks like it's moving with the market as well, so be warned of that. I guess if you're entering it for a long-term position, the buy-in's not super expensive, but it could be cheaper. It's BBY just like flatlining right now. Huso dead? I don't even know what the fuck this is. Kind of looks like it. At least it's gonna consolidate. Maybe not. Buy side's still pretty strong. Just look for a breakdown below like 750. Sen, I hope it's running some sort of relation to GME basket wise. That's the pressure BBBY and Sen now. Do you know any online stock courses that aren't scammy and are actually worth the cost? Zero. I have found zero that are not just complete horseshit or charging you for shit you could learn on your own for free. How high could a VIX short squeeze go? Like, it's a squeeze on the VIX. I guess VIX could hit like 60 or 80, maybe higher. BBBY is, yeah, it's still doing well. It's still up 30% from Friday. I mean, HD gap up, gap down or up? So I think if HD is gonna fill, it's gonna fill to the upside back to the like 344 range. It's consolidating off of this like inverse head and shoulders right now. Look at the 4 hour. Yeah, I think it's got a pretty good shot of moving up. Although earnings were not good for it, so it could take some time. You look at HGen. The fuck is that? I mean, it's turning around. It's at resistance. It's a shitty penny stock. I'm assuming biotech or something. Yeah. Wasn't this like the COVID play? I'm not really interested in it. Sorry, what I meant to ask is, why'd you donate again? Was if things had been the same before you were born, would the end become apparent beforehand? That didn't help at all. I still don't know what the fuck you mean. I can't tell if you're really high or fucking with me. Do you think RC's letters will cause institutions to buy and look harder at BBBY? I mean, institutions are already pretty heavily invested in BBBY. BlackRock has like 16 million shares. Set aside MOASS. Can you describe a long-term years play? Will the price eventually reflect GME's market cap? How long could that take? And is it contingent on shorts closing? It's not contingent on shorts closing. It's contingent on driving investor interest into GameStop. We already know what GameStop looks like with a lot of investor interest, right? So, you know, those prices can be reattained. But without forward guidance or good earnings, then, you know, it's gonna remain and without a short squeeze, then the price of the stock, you know, their current valuation is probably between about $80 and $120. The speculation of the NFT marketplace and possibility for e-commerce are already priced into the price we're trading at. So, you know, without guidance and some knowledge of what the stock is or the company is going to do moving forward, then institutions are only interested in buying it for cheap, which means under their analysts' ratings, right? And so, you know, if the majority of analysts have GameStop valued at $80, then institutions aren't really interested in it till it's in like the $60 range. This doesn't mean that, you know, obligations won't be covered and GameStop won't shoot back up again. This is just where institutions would be looking to buy into GameStop. As soon as those things start to develop and they're starting to be priced in, you know, GameStop's looking at like a potential 3 to 5 billion in revenue a year from the NFT marketplace. It's looking at, you know, a increased market cap of probably about 20 billion with e-commerce. But these things need to be developed, they need to be fleshed out, they need to be going on, and right now nothing's happening. And so these aren't going to be counted as part of our market cap until there's, you know, a move towards them, right? And so that's when the speculation will set in. You know, when e-commerce sales start to approach retail sales without retail sales dropping off, you know, and GameStop moves more and more into e-commerce, and they're, you know, I mean, their fucking fulfillment centers aren't even open, I think, until April. So it takes time for all of this. You know, RC's spent the last 6 months bringing in new employees, developing this NFT marketplace. He's been, you know, cutting the dead weight and getting rid of the old executives. All of this shit is a monumental task. And to only give him 6 months as chairman, or the CEO only 6 months as the CEO of the company, is really unfair to what they're trying to build. So, and with those things being priced in, you know, GameStop could see a valuation of, you know, 30 to 50 billion dollars in 3 to 5 years. I mean, the value investment side of this company is phenomenal, especially at, you know, these prices. Even though retail might not be able to actively target a $60 or $80 buy-in, you know, it's still, even if your cost basis is 150 or 180, you know, you might have to wait a little longer, but that value is sure to be realized. And then with the additional short pressure on the stock, when that value is realized, it will cause significant price action. The stock is still illiquid, but the illiquidity isn't going to stop anyone from buying in. You think we could see another SPY bull run if COVID restrictions get taken off in April and May? Maybe. I mean, the SPY, I think that the market's more worried about pricing in rates from the Feds and inflation. Not sure if you mentioned this today, but with the amount of shorting, is it possible that there's a big FTD increase on GME? That's possible. Short interest on GME is being driven up as of late. It has gone up significantly. Short utilization is high, not 100% necessarily, but high. And short utilization on GameStop from ETFs is very high. So you know, they are currently building another large short position on GameStop, and they have been for the last quarter, more than the last quarter now. What are your thoughts on 9 up 77% today? I don't even know what they do. Energy. Cement slurry. I know nothing about this industry or this company. They're up a bunch, but I'm not sure why. They're probably squeezing out some shorts. Yeah. Looks like they're definitely squeezing out some shorts. I don't know how sustained this will be. It's already approaching, you know, it's near term highs at least. Here in this 350 range, 320, 350. So I would say that the potential's mostly tapped out for increased moves to the upside. Thoughts on 318 100C? Roll out to April or just hold? I mean, I would wait for a little bit of price improvement. You were in the money. Yeah, but everyone's looking into like DFV's plays from like a year ago or 2 years ago, and like that doesn't mean that they hold like the same value now. Things have changed. I know what they are. Uh, I just don't like bio stocks. If you want to buy into it and hold it for like ever, go for it. Good luck. Do you think BBY rips in the next few weeks and then followed by GME? I mean, if BBBY's FTDs follow the same pattern after Cohen's buy-in that GME's did, then I would say, yeah, it's likely that BBY will see some significant price improvement in the next like month or so. Wheat moving up. Yeah, I mean, wheat's not a short-term play. I expect wheat to go far higher, and I expect it to continue up over the next couple months. I have quite a lot of calls on that ETF right now, between $11 and $14. And they're not even that expensive. Honestly, I mean, like IV is kind of high, but they're fairly cheap, at least in the range that I think it can move, provided it continues to track its NAV accurately. What's this bid ask on GME? I've seen it in a while. It's 31 cents. That's not close. And you know what? The bid ask on BBY is surprisingly wide for the number of shares in its free float as well. Any thoughts on the Apple announcement for tomorrow? I think Apple's really well positioned for a nice move. I have some calls already. What else about 2023 BBBY end of options chains with his buy-in? Does this make him a degenerate too? Yeah. BBBY secret DRS. What expiries for Apple calls? I bought April. I bought April 170s and 165s. What do you expect for earnings? The usual drop down to 80. Earnings will be interesting. I don't know. Earnings should be fairly good for this quarter. So I'm not necessarily expecting a drop. I'll probably sell some covered calls on the IV spike moving into earnings and then buy them back after the earnings IV crush. But I'm not sure that we're going to go straight down after earnings. Once this correction is over, will GME move up with the market? I mean, to some extent, yes. You're just like a biostocks because you're secretly the Guyver and now retired are trading stocks for a living. What? No, I don't like biostocks because you buy them and you buy them cheap and then you hold them forever waiting for FDA approval for shit. And then sometimes it hits and sometimes it doesn't. And it's just like a way to put a lot of capital on the table with possibly very little returns. Are you still in BP? No, I'm not. BP, so some weird shit's gone on with BP recently, and I'm really not sure how to evaluate it yet. BP is supposedly focused on moving towards green and sustainable energy, and then they also just sold off like $1 billion in assets and some Russian oil company. So now they have an extra $1 billion in cash on hand, or they will soon if they haven't sold already. And then but I'm not sure how much they're going to be evaluated as like a major oil producer moving forward. It's a good question. So I made some profits on like my shitty earnings play that I mistimed, and I haven't been invested in it since. You think this market could be down to liquidations? Market drop could be down to liquidations. I mean, I'm sure it's other things as well. Remember that with increased volatility, like we're seeing on the VIX, comes volatility is inverse to price. What's the oil play? Rig seems pretty cool. I don't know. Could also be down with the sickness. You could buy puts on BP because of the spill too. Just saying that FTD cycle should be coming due soon. Do you use black garlic? No. I've had it before, but I don't actively use it. Amazon getting gutted today, down 5%. Yeah, Ryan Cohen's ragtag group of retail stocks is possibly driving some interest away from Amazon. Also, market down, but interesting. At Head and Shoulders on the minute. Breakthrough support at 198. Sold my cow on the peak today. Thanks for that. Yeah, no problem. Does it make any more sense to buy in again as it consolidates, or once it breaks above 204.50? I think if it's going to start breaking back up above 200, that 200's right here. You want to be very near the money with these, but or even in the money, and just simply capture the improved delta. like that intrinsic value. But yeah, I think after a little bit of consolidation, this is a quick turnaround for Cat. A drop only down to 199 is good. This is bullish. We've been watching this a long time, and usually it will drop to like 196, 195 on this rejection. So the fact that it's already turning around so high, I think just leads to more confidence it's going to continue improving going forward. But it could take some time. It could take a day or two even. Short-term calls on Cat are very, very, very risky. I can't emphasize that enough. You need lots of theta because it can trade sideways for quite some time. Especially as it hits this channel here where, you know, interest and volume are a little bit lower. But there's, yeah, I don't think any entry sub 200 is terrible. But you do want to play it tight because those moves aren't necessarily that big, and they could be short-lived. Were you wrong about OPEX, or is there another reason why we didn't see the volume expected after February 18th? I mean, it's not that you're, there's nothing to be wrong about. It's simply that's when shit was due. If it wasn't covered, it's simply not covered. And still needs to be. It's possible that I was 100% right about OPEX and our move was simply $20 and there wasn't that much exposure on GameStop specifically. Which is obviously the one I want to think about least, but I have to factor that in as a possibility. I've been sticking to in the money contracts at least in June or later. Nice. If you're short a stock, are you concerned with covering before the dividend payout? Yeah, absolutely. Also, the Amazon, their delivery network is reliant on oil. Still, some, I guess, costs are expected to go up. Also, their Rivian investment that popped their earnings up is massively down. Yeah. Rivian not doing so well right now. Is there a play with Apple because of the announcement tomorrow, or is it already priced in? I think there's just a play with Apple based on the technicals. The announcement might push it forward even more. What are our main hopium at the moment? We are simply waiting. There's no I guess the hopium is that, you know, they haven't covered the extent of these obligations and they're still due. XRT is loaded the fuck up with, you know, synthetic creation, and it needs to be cleared out. They cannot move forward managing their position on GameStop without doing so. So the thing that they have used actively for the last year to short and suppress the price of GameStop is overloaded for the first time since last January. And I think that's the hopium, is that they need to clear that out, or they can no longer continue to suppress the price. If that remains uncleared through the ETF rebalance, they will be forced to cover. And everything for that covering is in place. Whoever holds the variance swaps has already placed their entropy hedge. They were ready for a run up, and that's what makes me think that there is a fail, is because you know, with that entropy hedge in place, they're expecting the price of the stock to go up hard and fast, and it's not happened, which means somebody spent a shitload of money hedging something that hasn't occurred. And, you know, the only thing that really indicates to me is a failure to cover their position. They can still suppress right now. It's not over. XRT rebalances in March, or later in March. I believe the 21st. Did you share your insight into Mulan and Sydney? Yeah, I know all about it. I don't care about it. Box them. I looked over it before. It doesn't look that exciting to me. I wouldn't be playing any EV stocks right now with the shipping problems and the conflict. I know oil prices are up, but supply is dwindling and lithium's going to be hard to get a hold of. If lithium spikes, it'll fucking kill EV stocks in the short term. What proof do you have of an entropy swap? The 1/K hedge in the options chain for GameStop. I'm sure if you want to ask JFresh about his methodology, you can. Would it be possible that paying the exorbitant XRT dividend is more advantageous than covering? Would it be possible? I mean, even if they hold the bags, the right, and they pay the dividend, the rebalance is going to cause those shares to be due. XRT needs to have those shares back in its asset pool. They started shorting GME directly after XRT got thresholded. So yeah, the likelihood of GameStop being put on reg show threshold list is increasing as they continue to use real short positions and borrow actual shares. Any news today or just a red day across the board? It's mostly red everywhere. I mean, Cat's up, Rig's doing well, Rig's running back up now. Wheat had some weird shit go on this morning, but it looks like it's starting to recover also. I don't know if you have ever taught about this, but what are your thoughts on Immutable X? I mean, I don't like that they're partnering with so many different platforms. I wish it was more exclusive to GameStop, but it seems fine. I really don't know that much about like layer 2 and stuff. Crypto is not my forte. My investments in crypto have mostly just been trading it. I know a little bit, but I know it's not fully diluted and that it's currently way overvalued. Yeah, if we have electric cars are already expensive, and if there's a continued decline in the economy, people are just going to not be able to afford them. And they're going to take a hit, and their sales are going to suffer. What's the case for Rig? It's just a fucking oil speculation company that didn't seem too shady. They had some good technicals, so I bought it. So they can't just not cover, right? Yeah, they can't. At some point, the price will they will let the price run a bit from what you're saying if the theory is true. Yeah. If they don't, then it's literally just prime and XRT would implode. Are we seriously at a $0, 0 cent? No, it's a 10-cent bid ask spread right now. Owie under 100. Did Schwab really cut off buying of corn and wheat futures? Close these out of the money balls. Safe to assume there will not be a MOASS, but instead we were just investing in a turnaround by Cohen and Co. No, I think the potential for a short squeeze due to GameStop's illiquidity still remains high. We're talking about margin call. We see a margin reduction limiting their ability to run their wheel. Possibly, yeah. Primes are getting hit hard because of the drop in the market. RC tweet? What did he tweet? Okay, everyone relax. What happened? No overpaid executives in the metaverse. Hammer. It's a BBBY reference. Since he talked about the executives were paid well despite the performance of BBBY. Thoughts? Sure. I don't know what the fuck relation metaverse has to BBBY. Also follow up about BBBY's overpaid execs. He took a shot there. Dude, honestly, like, you guys need to read up on Carl Icahns' buyout strategies. Because Ryan Cohen's really taken a page out of his book. You said it earlier, NFT throw pillows. You think Ryan Cohen's telling me to ban Darth Dan? Is that a thermo flask? It is. I bought it at Costco. That's why their earnings are up. Thank you, Greg. His letter doesn't read like a turnaround. It reads like, we're going to split up BBY and sell off chunks for big money. It's definitely suggesting that they sell off a chunk of it for big money. That's good for shareholders. Cameras are made of iron, steel. They're made of steel. How can you tell our drop is due to shorting? I mean, someone could be selling. Although that tends to not be the case. I guess I could check out dark pool volume. Turd, are you on? Do you have the dark pool volume for today? Or can you at least tell me how the fuck to get it off of Market Chameleon? Because I cannot find it at all on there. So buy steel. Steel's doing well right now. RC referencing your ban on Superstock and the Great Pickle Migration. Moon, if you continue to spread FUD about you being DFV, I will show everyone the picture of you stealing my chair. SSR will be more impactful this time since XRT is on the threshold list. No. Okay, rig's climbing back up nicely. It's gonna go Second test. Yeah, this looks good. Anybody know the short position on rig? Like, reported, not. Bump and run is going to reverse hard. Should be loading up here on something. Has IV dropped at all? No. Of course not. Oh, it has on the leaps. We are on Osmond. I really don't know that much about him. There's a good documentary on Carl Icahn on HBO Max. Ooh. I'll check that out. I go to lunch last week. We hit $97. We went up $30 that week. What is the metaverse supposed to be? Is it VR? It's just a place where things exist, but they're not real. Rig SI is about 9% reported, but it exhibits future cycles like GME. Interesting. I mean, that kind of makes sense though, because the entire oil industry is heavily structured around futures pricing. RC tweet mentioning about overpaid execs. Sherman? Probably. Any idea why GME is being so targeted by shorts today? Because FOMO. Remember, the most dangerous thing in the world for them is FOMO. We know this because of their massive media campaign that has continued for over a year, telling everyone to forget about GameStop and, you know, overall negative sentiment that they consistently spread regardless of the price. They do not want FOMO. FOMO drives volatility. Volatility drives Volgovana squeezes. Volgovana squeezes lead to gamma squeezes. Gamma squeezes lead to short squeezes. The risk of FOMO is real. Rig also has 50% institutional ownership. That's pretty good. When do they sell though? My guess is they're pushing for like early summer. It doesn't look like the growth in oil is going to slow. Short squeezes lead to meat squeezes. Can I get some of that FOMO? The general public will be looking at Jimmy ticker due to the John Stewart and BBBY, so hedge funds got to make sure to make it look unattractive. Yeah. How far do you think they'll let GME drop to try to scare us off without triggering another fire sale? I mean, they're already in the fire sale range. MSM is telegraphing that oil prices remain high through summer. The backwardation on oil futures is wearing off as well. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I have shorter contracts, and I've already started looking into taking delivery, if I can, because I think prices are going to continue up into at least late spring, early summer. It's tricky though, because I'm not very experienced with finding someone to buy that off of me. It's about 5 more shares. Thanks for the dip, Mayo boy. Time out everyone because of RC's tweet obviously referencing me. No. But if Moonwin says he's DFV again, just you can time him out. Did you reduce your WeBull GME call position? Yeah, I got rid of the March 18s. They were fucking worth like $2. I'm gonna wait and see how long this dip plays out and then buy back into the Aprils. Because those are the last March 18s I was still holding. Maybe I should buy more responsible options positions in this account. Instead of just using this account to YOLO far out of the money calls. Does RC buying into BBBY prove that he wants short hedge funds to be squeezed out of the shorts? Does this also mean that he wants GME to squeeze and only BBBY? Or is it a one squeezes all scenario? Based on the way they're positioned across these ETFs, it's a one squeezes all scenario. The system that they're using is delicate and easily disrupted. Fortunately, the high volatility generated by it tends to keep large institutions out. And so no one's really coming in and blowing up their position, but RC just sort of did. What's your position in rig? I have 10 $4 call options for March 18th. That's it. How to step out? Did you answer at what level we get Pickles picks? I put them in the Dillionaires Discord. Where is Gafgarian when you need his positivity? I don't know. He's usually eating lunch by now. Maybe I should be worried about him. Stop trying to temper expectations. Let your inner degen show. 510 gang is how it's done. Do you expect any price movement in the next weeks? Yeah. I'm looking for price movement in the next few weeks. But I'm want to get rid of those out of the money calls and reposition my Aprils. Those are the only ones I was still holding and they're fucking worthless, so I'll probably close out of these March 200s as well. Ban Darth Dan, ban Moonwin. Damn. Roaring Kitty demanding the ban of Moonwin. Is it because he's pretending to be you? Ban Moonwin, he just called Roaring Kitty a show. I don't know where Darth Dan is, so I can't time him out. He's obscuring himself wisely. I lost all of my money being too aggressive and wardening myself. Can my April 160 and 180 save my whole year? They're both currently down 40%. I mean, if GME rips, yeah. Tinfoil jumpsuit. Thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added to the country club as soon as the stream's over.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance.
You
Cause
get
we
out
ain't
of
no coke. Get the cash in advance. Cause we hold it the flow. If
422,
you want what you
150
need,
is
then
down
ain't
about
gherkin, then go
50%,
rap. And then you
but I
use the
believe
GD. Cause when the shit squeeze,
probably
you gon'
not.
end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs.
Did you have a YOLO update with BBBY added?
Please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that joke.
Volunteers
Motherfucker,
tribute.
trades is
Time me out,
When the
Pops.
Citadel
Nope,
fails,
nope.
I'm Obama on both. Sail the
Carl got him.
waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
All right, this looks like a good time for me to take a break now that there's green candles on the screen. When calling out Roaring Kitty isn't just a timeout, that's a bannable offense. Well, you know, we're not sure on the how real of a DFE our DFE is. So there's questions as to the authenticity. Chili Dan. All right, I'll be back, guys. Give me like 5 minutes. I'm back. It's okay. My fucking nuts. Oh. Stay away, Girk. We're bouncing. Why would I want to miss that? No, these nuts. I know where the other ones are. I just want to take this moment. There we go. Yeah, your Discord username shouldn't matter. Tinfoil jumpsuit. Ko-fi. Okay. I'm on it. Why am I timed out? I didn't do anything this time. Well, you're not, but I can time you out again. DFE said to ban you and Moonwin. So I timed you both out and the stock bounced. So clearly DFE knows what he's talking about. Should we dire DFE to verify? If he passes, questioning him results in a ban. Did you already go over the RC tweet? As much as I could. Yes, you are, Darth Dan. Yes, you are. So's Moonwin. I don't know what's going to come of the Jon Stewart AMA, but people have already asked me repeatedly to like inquire about entropy swaps with him and stuff. What the fuck is this turd? SIFMA report on GME. Oh. GameStop dark pool volume at 40% today. Down here, BBBY and GME moving into an online marketplace for mall retailers. I like it. I thought we were friends, even potential lovers. This betrayal has hurt me more than you know. Carl, do you want to address this with your potential lover? $50K shares returned to Fidelity. Retail must have sold GME for BBBY FOMO. I wouldn't be surprised. Whatever you do, don't ask. I messed up. Do short hedge funds own enough GME shares to be selling the real shares they own as a last ditch effort to tank this thing before it kicks off? Yeah. That's also how liquidations work. They sell off long positions before buying back shorts. When you said you don't think that people understand what it means that OPEC's failed, aka they have failed to clear their obligations on their retail shorts. Yes. Well, the reg show placement of XRT has made it so that they have to actually borrow real shares of GameStop. Right, already. So it's already difficult for them to suppress a run if one were to occur. They're not in a good position to do that. Dating Reddit. Thanks for reminding me. XRT 700% short again? Probably. First of all, buying a sufficient quantity of GameStop, Ryan, is expensive. So, presuming GameStop shorts have been averaged up over time, let's say the majority of the GameStop short position sitting at like $35, maybe $40, and GameStop trading at 100, right? A massive buy-in into GameStop might drive this price up like $120, right? To like 120. Like if you were to buy all his shares, maybe 140 at most. Like a 6 million share purchase. BBBY is sitting at $16, right? With massive short positions under this. So let me do this so it's actually the same. So large short positions of BBBY down at like $12 to $16. And he buys into this for much less money, right? 10% of the company for $150 million. And then this goes up to $100, which is not out of the question at all. This puts significantly more pressure on the short positions for a far smaller amount of capital invested. And his leap positions, if you're questioning that price target for GameStop, his leap positions more than indicate confidence in a price increase above $80. You have any thoughts on Amazon? Been thinking about selling out of my position for a while now. I mean, they're not going anywhere. They're going to be hurt by the increased price of oil and labor. But they're a bit too big to fail. At least right now. I'm not saying in the future they can't, but. So that should give you a better idea of where his $150 million was better spent. Remember the days when Pi-Fi didn't like eating on stream? Now he's talking this mouthful, just spraying crumbs everywhere. Can't stop. Can't stop talking. So, no choice. I'm about to dig into these nuts too, Trash Dan. You got a comment about that? Are you chewing them extra loud purposely now? No, they were just super crunchy. How many tokens to get you to eat a bagel on stream? I think I've eaten a bagel at least once, right? I haven't heard a re in a while. I hope everything's okay with the pigeon bell breeding program. It was a failed endeavor. What's your opinion on car washes damaging car paint over time? I mean, it does, but so does literally everything else. You know what damages car paint the most? Sun and driving around on salty roads. Thank you for teaching us all to make all this money. Too bad I lost it all on GME YOLOs. It's okay. We got plenty of time to get it all back. Do you expect to see RC's buy-in consequences before or after 318? It's hard to say. I don't know how many FTDs are currently due on BBBY. It could be a lot. 6 trillion shares returned to Fidelity just now. Oh wait, that's just AMC's float. Also, I was messing with you earlier. I thought so. Thank you, Velvet. Trash Can climaxes every time you mention him. I don't know about that. Will you be buying a Toyota Sienna post MOASS? If I can afford one. So I'll keep my car in the garage all the time then. Ideally, yes. You'll never use it. Doesn't shorting today support an ETF OPEC settling of OPECs with the due date of today? Then dark pool orders to be placed by market open tomorrow. No. Cash settle? Maybe. If they can settle it at a cheaper price. The key to YOLOs, you just have to be right once. So keep YOLOing. At least that's what I'm telling myself to help me sleep at night. Smart Mr. Diggs. Thanks for selling me those calls when they were at 110 today. Can I get an NFT minted of the purchase if you want to make one? Just got a 2021 Sienna. Love the hybrid tech. Oh, cool. I didn't know they made a hybrid one. Will my rig gains help offset the $1,700 it takes to fill my gas tank now? So only drive at night and during the summers. Got it. No, not at night during summer. Yeah. In places where there's no dirt. You don't want any dirt either. Darth for mod. So only never buy basic car wash, ultimate every time. So they can spray your car with pink foam. Knack through the midterm elections. What the fuck is knack? Hmm. Nah. Any expectation for a Tuesday morning announcement? I doubt it. Thoughts on Docu? Interesting. The dust creates a protective coating against the sun's UV. Interesting. You just smear it with mud, trash. I had a friend who used to put sunblock on his Civic Del Sol. Friend's a strong word. Guy I knew. I bought the Options of Strategic Investment book. You should add an Amazon link or something. Given my YouTube shadow ban, I'm pretty sure that everybody who watches me or will ever watch me is already watching me. I don't expect to obtain any new viewers, and thus most people that have been watching me have already bought the book. So now there's no point. I was sure that once Jon Stewart answered one of the 45 DRS questions in his AMA, we'd immediately MOASS due to DRS FOMO. I'm thinking they didn't ask about it enough. It'll also help with no one wanting to steal it, let alone touch it and or mug you. It was very greasy. Everyone buys DGen options here at some point. We're debating saving a few bucks at a gas station car wash. VIX at 35. Bullish. I forced my pet gerbil to watch you. Boom. Added viewer. Possibly. I have it on good authority that RC himself is only waiting on you to DRS before he lights the fuse and sends us to the moon. So from here on out, all non-mooning is on you. Okay. I'm all right with that. But it's a dull soul. It needs sun. Just like how I need my dad. Come back. Mom says she's okay with the two of you sleeping with other people. No, I don't like to watch. You think BBY is going to spike again? No. I expect it to now go down to $5 over the course of the next year after spiking to 100 3 or 4 times. I never dated Jennifer Lopez. Why would that be a rumor, even? I think she's far older than me. Dude, Ryan, what the fuck, man? Did you get censored? Thank you so much, dude. I don't know what that was for because it's not showing up, but I appreciate it. Was there a message attached to that? I have to buy some GameStop. Whatever the message was, it's not showing up. Oh. Thank you for everything you do, Gurk. Watching you smiling, laughing, having a good time, jacking our tits. This is the real MOASS for me. Also, I'm buying my first leaps today. So it's a first time, you know, let's celebrate. Congratulations, man. I appreciate it, Ryan. Thank you so much, dude. I haven't heard, if you haven't heard, sorry to inform you, your marzipan pickle supplier burned down this weekend. Oh shit, really? The bakery in Brooklyn? I've never been back there since I got that marzipan pickle. But that's sad. If OPEX were today, they could halt into close and defer it to tomorrow night. Tomorrow, right? Yes, potentially. All the same fuckery exists on any of these days. So dark pools, you know, halting into close, all of that shit is viable on any day where obligations are due. Are they likely? No. Fortunatos. That's sad. They've been there forever. $17 the goat. Thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Can OPEX be today? Potentially, yeah. Today's T+6 from February 25th. It's annoying though because we don't have a clear picture as to when OPEX was in fact due because of the FINRA holiday deferral. So OPEX due sometime between Feb 24 and fucking possibly like March 1st.
Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult.
Because of that FINRA holiday. I'm really just looking at like Feb 24 and 25. But it's possible that it was even further out, at least based on one person I talked to there. They said that, you know, it could be the following week for settlement. And that makes it difficult to pin down the precise date, but within a window of today or tomorrow, I guess. For that T+6. Although I don't see why they would cover T+6 and not just simply mark long. I'm a Long John member. Where do you post pickles pics? In the Billionaires Country Club? How do you get in on the Billionaires Discord? You join it through the link below. Man, everyone's just after my pickles pics. You guys just want to use me. It's fucked up. Should I just take like half of my 2x gains on this off the table? I feel like I should. Nope, nope. GFE. Guess I'm holding. Since Jimmy is traded in a basket, can we verify if they covered on other stocks in the basket? Sure. They haven't, but yes. Nordstrom's maybe. Can you make some pickles picks for people that have $11? No. How do you get to be part of the private Discord? You sign up on YouTube and then link your YouTube to Discord. I want to use you, but not for pickles picks, but other things, if you know what I mean. Meow. Thanks, Darth. It's more in a biblical sense. Fucking with the Dans. Thanks for keeping us on the logical track for months. I bought way too much around 200, but you've helped me become a long-term investor. Feels good to have my $40 shares marked long. Keep up the good, Gherk. Thanks, DRSD's nuts. I appreciate it, man. $14? I mean, if you'd bought Rig in a timely fashion. If I'm making plays like that, like just straight YOLOs, I'm not writing about them in advance. Tell me my AMD October 110C at the bottom was a good buy today. I need Dad's approval. Let's see. It's kind of slipping at support. Is this one updated? Sure, if I update this one or not. There's some, yeah, this might need this lower support for a bounce, but did it stabilize after today's drop a little bit? Yeah. So, I mean, if you bought it on the dip, I think in October, you're probably good. I bought some 110s today also, but January. If you guys haven't noticed, with the turn in the market trend, I've been buying a lot more theta lately. There's a reason for that. If I make at least $30 a month from your picks, it will pay for me to continue to be a billionaire, which means more pickles picks equals infinite profit. I guess. I did buy rig. Congratulations. In your hopium opinion, how long until the ripples of RC's BBBY buy-in cause havoc to the price action on GME? All things considered, possible margin call, etc. It could be relatively short. I don't know where FTDs on BBBY stand right now, but I do know that they are elevated. So if that means the listing of BBBY on the reg show threshold list in the next few days, then the impact could be quite soon. Just watched that dude from the DOJ's speech on crime. He said they're looking at data analytics. Can someone please advise Andrew Money? Is the self-proclaimed data analyst? He's the target. Shit. Yeah, someone should let him know. The link below is for Gherk's Pickles Jar, not the Dillionaire's Country Club. Smooth brain here, but what am I missing? The YouTube like membership join thing. The Dillionaire level is what is for the private Discord. Do you have a PT for GME? Like where I'd sell long term? Fuck, I don't know. If there's no squeeze, I assume you mean? If there's a squeeze, ideally at the peak of that would be where I wanted to sell. But long-term price target, 350 to 500 in 3 to 5 years. So my daughter has a new goldfish, black with big eyes. Any suggestion for names? We nicknamed him Flush as a placeholder, but I think this one may make it. Got nothing. Entropy on BBBY? I have no idea. So do you switch between calls and puts when the cat hits the end of each channel? No, because it's so undervalued right now. I bought puts on the last run. It's probably better I show you guys in trading view because this question gets asked a lot and it's easier if I just where's cat? There we go. So I bought puts on the last one, but I didn't buy puts on it until it broke down here. Its ability to break out to the upside of this channel is pretty high, right? It's been trading in the lower region for quite some time, and these downtrends eventually break to the upside. And so the risk of it continuing to break out and above its previous high is pretty high with especially with the infrastructure bill and the conflict going on, possible manufacturing for the government, and additional defense contracts coming in. So I haven't been, and then should I? Maybe. But I wouldn't buy puts unless it tested this upper boundary and failed. And then I may consider, because there's such a wide gap here, that there's a lot of room to the downside. But in this smaller, narrower trend, it's very hard to flip back and forth profitably. So it's easier just to ride calls up and then wait for it to fall back down and buy in again. I also like to confirm the bottoms because, you know, it did break through its trend here, creating this new lower trend. And again here. And if it were to break down again, you know, I would want to be able to like confirm that for a buy-in to the upside. I'm thinking to roll my BBBY CCs. They're up 1,000%. Any idea how long before they open up the chain? They should open it up by tomorrow. We found a way to show there are 127.26 million GME shares on Fidelity's books. Would you post it on Supersonic or send it to the SEC as a whistleblower complaint? I would send it to the SEC. You say 3 to 500, that puts us at a market cap that's still less than 50 billion. That's like 2.5 times Chewy's. You think GameStop is going to be 2.5 times the value of an online pet toys food? $1,000 and 25? Yeah. I think video games are definitely more profitable than pet food. What do you look at getting out of VIX calls? I'm up quite a bit, but only have one contract currently. Obviously, the market seems to be in a downtrend, volatile. I mean, I guess it depends on how much time you have on that contract. Are you at a point, like if you're up a bunch, I mean, you may want to consider taking profits. You might miss some upside, you might not. How is DDS so resistant to memes downside? There's no shares. The entire free float of the company is like 4 million shares, and there's no options. The options market on DDS is completely illiquid, so they can't drive the price down with puts. That's why I'm shocked you put it at 3 to 500. I'm not saying it couldn't be higher, but that's my like conservative price range for the next 3 to 5 years. I can easily see it hitting a market cap of 50, 60 billion, but building out that e-commerce like infrastructure is going to be expensive and it's going to take time and it's going to hurt EPS. It's a June contract. You could wait for it to continue going up. The risk there would be that, you know, Russia ends the conflict early, you know, and then, you know, the market starts to stabilize and rebounds on the news, or NATO gets involved and growth sectors pick up and defense contractors pick up and the market rallies. Why are VIX calls cheaper at the money the further out the expiry? That doesn't make sense. They absolutely are not. Friendly reminder to update Reddit. I think my last update covered everything that's happened since my last update. I don't understand why everyone likes Chewy so much. Cohen doesn't even own it anymore. It's owned by like PetSmart, right? He has no control or influence over there at all. It's no longer his company. Are you bullish on earnings with even with no guidance? I'm bullish on better earnings. Simply because it's quarter 4 and they were taking steps to meet supply chain demands in quarter 3. So I have high hopes. It also, I mean, this is something that people probably should consider, and not to make it sound funny, but it also shows that, you know, RC is willing to part with a company that he has built as well. UUI crashes 70% from open as a meme stock traders who sold GME lose again. What's a good Dutch potato recipe? What's a Dutch potato? Not just built, but founded, yeah. Have you dumped BBBY? No. You concerned at all with this dip? Basically never. BBBY traded its entire free float today. Of course it did. You see the 200s again for a MOASS or next year? Probably. ATMs rate prices. Give me 115 put sweeps. They're still buying. Maybe there's an issue with the pricing updates. Yeah, I'm not sure. Could just be the spread. Interesting. I mean, I guess it's the IV30 is higher on them. So IV on nearer options is higher than IV on options that are further out. It's a bit backwards, but yeah, I saw it, OG. Isn't this a great long-term entry for BBBY? I think so, yeah. If it drops further, if it drops back to like like 15, 16, I'll probably double my position. Why are you not selling your BBY? Because I'm going to buy more. Do you ever guess why AMC didn't drop a GME today? MSM malarkey. Just further diverged from the basket due to its high liquidity. BBB has over 59% of the free float shorted according to Yahoo Finance. Cool. BBBY leaps, a good idea? Could be. Is that market long or just a bearish bet? Were they being sold? I don't know if these are bought or sold. I mean, they're probably bought and just price suppression. What did you pick up with BBBY? I have 5,200 shares right now. For that. Really, are we going in on BBY? If so, how long should I wait? It's a good question. I don't know when it'll turn around, but these prices are all pretty good in here. I mean, for a year hold. What ETF stocks would you look at in the event of an escalation to Ukraine-Russia conflict? Ooh. And you want to look at commodities, oil, corn, wheat, steel. Look for Russia's largest exports and Ukraine. Assume they're going to be mostly locked down and think about the markets that'll impact. Natural gas due to the energy crisis. Some people might say that betting on these things is immoral. I disagree. It's all things that everyone buys, and almost a hedge against your own costs on those items. But I think BBBY has a long way to run. You go long on like large Russian exports, like used electronics. Why is everyone pushing knack? What happened since all the wheat shares are all purchased? Didn't they make more today? We haven't seen 6 months of continuous downward pressure. Plumber poopy hands. Why do you think the shorts are torching GME so badly today? We're down 11.28% on top of Friday's drop. Cuz can't have FOMO. It costs too much to internalize it. I have to make sure people stay disinterested. How do you know NAC will 100x in value in 6 months to a year? Based on what? Because to me, it looks like every time their stock runs a little bit, they dump a bunch of shares, like all the other exploration companies. I don't know GameStop will squeeze. I just think the potential is high. Someone on our penny stocks told them it was the play. That's the only place that loses more money than Wall Street bets. FX Hedge told them. I just want to hear, like, what's the thesis behind it? Not just, hey, buy my penny stock. Because when you do that, when you're just like, hey, this penny stock guaranteed 100x, like it just sounds like you own a shitty penny stock, and your thesis is if enough other people buy it, I won't be a bag holder anymore. Why was my explanation deleted? It wasn't. Did you curse in it? I have no idea. But it's not deleted. It's not even on here. If you used any of YouTube's banned words, that'll do it. Doesn't NAC have access to a large mining site, but they can't access it unless the government allows it because of environmental issues? With the sanctions, maybe they will allow it. That's awfully fucking speculative. Cost basis for BBBY. I think it's like high $23, but I have to do the math later because I got fills all over the place this morning. Shift search OI suggests those May puts were sold to open, but option strats said they were bought either way. That's a lot of money. They're sold to open. Yeah, they look bought. It is a lot of money, but I mean, no more than they usually spend to suppress the price. I have a couple of those penny stocks. Can confirm writing them out so my shares expire worthless. Yeah. Is Jordan Belfort pushing stocks again? I thought he wasn't allowed to do that anymore because of his criminal convictions. So you think Congress is going to overturn it? Why? Nuclear weapons active in Russia. Huge market crash coming. Why? Russia has active nukes. They've had them forever. They're definitely bought. Yeah, that's what I thought. You're not wrong, Hafra. Have we talked about how BBBY and GME together might affect the retail baskets? A whole bunch, yeah. Sure, a little bit. But other mining companies don't have the rights like Nactas. It doesn't matter though. You're like so it's just like every other penny stock. It's just a bet that all of these things will fall into place and the stock will magically be worth more money. And I'm not saying that's impossible. It happens. And some of the greatest gains you can feasibly make are on penny stocks, but the risk is absurd. Like you're banking on an election, then you're banking on Congress doing something in an efficient manner. I mean, it's too much. Then you're banking on them not just taking that value and releasing more shares to fund the company to further drive their exploration rights. Like they're gonna want to take funding, right? So what? Best case scenario hits 80 cents, and then they take a bunch of money out and fuck everybody. Which is extremely common, and it'd be hard to find a mineral exploration company that hasn't done that a whole bunch. And I'm just saying, like, you're pushing it as like this guaranteed money, but it's absolutely not a guarantee. What dates did you buy BBBY? Sorry, I just got on. I have $20 January 2023 leaps, and I have 5,200 shares that I bought this morning. I'm out of water. Give me 1 second, guys. Yeah, but OPEX is something that's been backed by data and countless hours of research, not I think different people are going to get elected and they're going to push this thing through. Why do you care if other people buy it if you're so confident in the play? Salty B. This will help with your shadow ban. Thanks. Good to know, Dan Almighty. GameStop tweet, so we green tomorrow? Just so you're aware, Mutable X just raised 200 million from Temasek and Tencent at a $2.5 billion valuation. Awesome. It's still going to go through dilution though, so careful chasing the dragon on that one. By the way, I just want everyone to know I went to high school with Gurk, and his real name is Terrence. It's not, but thanks, Splish. Good day for a Power Hour song? No. That'd just be depressing. I don't want to see rockets right now. Was he one of the cool kids? Play footage of the Challenger. Too soon, man. Too soon. Can they shorten some more so I feel alive? I mean, I'd like cheaper shares too. Good entry for BBBY. It's not terrible. I think it's solid. I think anything in this range, 16-25, is probably pretty good entry. Does it feel strange that something we aren't aware of is happening? So much down and shorting for so long. Yeah. So buying at 35 in the pre-market was not smart. Probably not. You can always average down, Lugs. It's only 19 bucks now. Well, now it's 20 again. So now that RC bought BBBY calls, we now have more evidence that he supports options than we do that he wants people to DRS. Technically. I don't feel like dealing with it, but yeah. The entire float of BBY traded today, it's definitely not suspicious. It's absolutely not. They're called derivatives. 105-day downtrend, down 61%. Pretty shitty. Build at 300 at 98.50. Look at that hammer candle. Woot woot. Knock 12 bucks off my cost basis. Fuck yeah, WM. Wheat is wheatising. There we go. That's the kind of unchecked growth I like to see in my grains. It doesn't look done either. Fucking bullish. Yup. This was actions, tweets. Why can't both be good? Options all bad pressure, and exercising this is bullish. I agree, but none of his tweets or actions have inferred DRS in any way. It's just fucking observational bias. Did you buy BBB options? If so, which ones? I'll match. Sorry, just woke up. No, I didn't. I haven't bought any today. I'm waiting for buying into options because the fucking Ivy is spiked through the roof this morning. I have some. Actually, a bunch of people on here do. A bunch of people bought them for the share buyback back in like January, and I think also in November. People were buying those leaps. Price target for wheat just up. SPY heading below 420. Okay. It's having a shitty day. You still think 87 is unlikely? It can happen. It took quite a bit of a push to get us down that low the second time. And the market literally tanked. It took a war to get us down that low last time. RSI is so low on Jimmy, it is. Should be obviously ambiguous statement to your own liking, stating it as an unbiased fact. You don't think the computer chair one was pretty obvious? No. It wasn't a computer chair. It was a fucking toilet with a computer attached to it. You think this black swan event war could force a squeeze? Yeah, I mean squeezes are more likely when volatility is high. Also put options bought today. Delta hedging on top of shorting. Yep. Also, the drop in the market isn't hurting them. Do you think it'll go below 94 on its current trajectory? Yeah. We get a flash crash from VIX ripping? Yes. Happened in 2018. Yeah, just shorting. Lots of puts, lots of downs. People doing feel bads. EVXY about to break a bull flag. This could go to the moon fast. That's not really how VIX works, but sure. There's no technical analysis of the VIX. Not really. It's literally a measure of volatility. Wonder who sells toilets? BBBY does. Maybe he was trying to tell us bathroom. He spends a lot of time in his bathroom doing stock research. I mean, you can just the problem with that is you can just interpret shit any way you want, and it's valid because you don't know the actual answer. I'm super bullish on wheat. What is a realistic ceiling? There isn't one. Fucking wheat squeeze. Squeedies? I don't. Check out the price of aluminum. It's skyrocketing. But I expect if you want the real play for aluminum, look into large aluminum recyclers. Because with the cutoff from the supply, recyclers are about to make a shitload more money. Has lack of OPEC's price action made you any less bullish on a GME squeeze? No, it makes me more bullish. Why would them not covering their obligations in a timely manner make me less bullish? I don't understand this. I don't understand why people are like, the cycles are over. If they'd ended the cycles, covered, and then we saw no more cycles, bearish. But the cycles ended without them covering. Bullish as fuck. I keep holding off on selling those CCs on GME, waiting for a spike back up closer to where we opened in order to capture a little more value. It never came. That happens. Are you trading wheat commodities? I mean, I'm trading a ETF that tracks wheat futures. So yeah, the commodity. Give a big old laugh at sub 100. Bonuses next week and I'm buying more. Let's get happy for discounted stonks. Fuck yeah. I've noticed that there's a direct correlation between these drops and like there's enthusiasm here, right? And also here. Like it's just the dip here that makes people sad. But once it goes below 100, people are like, "Oh shit, this is cheap as fuck." Solid answers, thanks. No problem, Pickle Fan. And then obviously if it breaks the upside, people are also bullish. But like people were just downright excited at 87, which is good, right? I mean, I guess that still means that retail cares. We already had a double bottom at 87. If we hit 87 again, it'd be a triple. Not covering obligations is bullish. We have a hard time fully ruling out the possibility that there was no obligation. No, we don't. We have the FTD data and the ETF flow data, all of which has been published and shared. There's no question about the obligation existing. Gingerballs wrote the DD on the entropy hedge. I mean, the proof is all there. No one reads it or understands it, but it's still there. Options, same as emotions. Usually. If they really did get called, they're going to try to hammer the life out of Jimmy until those obligations are due. Absolutely. Until the obligations in XRT and VTI and IWM are cleared out, they want GME's price as low as feasibly possible before they cover, right? So all the days, Jason. All the days from here to XRT and the other ETFs rebalancing at the end of the quarter. I've been listening too much today, looking rough. I'm sure you've answered, but I think the turnaround back to 120 likely in the next week or two. Probably. I'll probably pick up some shorter term options once we confirm a bottom. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to keep rolling forward. But no one considers that those options plays are the probably or likely the reason they've had to push so hard down, right? That's how much of a threat they present. And it's not just retail buying options and rolling them and buying options and rolling them. It's institutions too. We're not putting the pressure on solely by ourselves. Can they even cover? Maybe not. When are you picking up some more cat? What's it at? 97? I'll wait. Like I said, this 203 rejection can usually come back down to around like the midpoint here at like 194, 195. It looks like it failed again. Or it just didn't bounce back. And this just could be because the market's turning down as well. Is the Dow dropping? Yeah. I mean, the Dow's resisting it a little bit better than the SPY today, but it's still having a rough day. Ugh, gross. I think selling $80 May puts is safe. $80 May puts. Probably. And safe in that you don't want to be assigned. The only risk I see there is a big downturn in the market, which currently looks likely. I've often wondered if retail selling in the money puts, selling them like short puts, is better than calls. They're worth more, which is weird. Prefer not to be assigned. It's risky. I'll say that. Just because, like, you know, if something happens moving into a Friday with the market and you're unable to buy them back, if you can buy them back, it's probably fine. But if you're unable to buy them back and, you know, something happens in Ukraine or the Fed comes out with like a higher rate, the market could drop really hard. It's in a very tentative situation right now. We'll just drift down into this week's CPI data or big dip to bounce tomorrow morning through the end of the week. We'll see. I don't think anybody expects the CPI data to be bullish. Did you get into BBBY? Yes. Selling CSP does damage? No, they're a secured contract. How does rig look? Fine. So they'll cover by the ETF rebalance date. Well, maybe. That's not a guarantee. If they failed margin, they can push it out far beyond that. The ETF will cover by the rebalance date, which is 3/21, I believe. I still have to check on that. But yeah, it's the end of Q3. If Jimmy stabilizes this price point range, what time frame are you looking for to decide that it is a confirmed bottom? Time frame are you looking at to decide if it's confirmed? I'll be looking at a bounce probably on the 1 hour, maybe the 4. Slowly enter into some stuff on a bounce on the 1 hour, and then, you know, or just wait for a turnaround in the market because that'll pull us up. How does selling an in the money put that you get assigned on work for cost bases and taxes? Might be a way to gather losses, paper losses. I'm not sure how it works out for taxes. Not a CPA. If you get assigned on it, that would technically be a loss. Interesting. But you have the income from the premium. Was Russia shorting BBY? Probably not. What's your price target and time frame for rig? I'm looking at like $6 next couple days. Earnings 321. Undeclared still. All of the indexes off even more now, 2 to 3%. Yeah. It's a rough day. I just tagged you on FTD data piss and BBY if you need it. Oh, thanks, Bob. Is the chat toxic as fuck in here too? The Discord has lost their frijoles. What are they going on about? Is it just like the people from Superstonk throwing a little shit fit in the GME chat? Um, if you get assigned, your gain loss would still be based on your cost basis and then the strike you sold it at. Yeah. Are you talking about CSPs? Down 9K over the past week, but I don't have to change to buy a 12 pack and a jar of pickles. Winning. Nice. Can you kick this SS babies out of the Discord? I'm sure the mods can handle it. I think Apple announcement tomorrow will have anything to do with GameStop. How much money would you bet if I gave you 100 to 1 odds on if we ever see Jamie halt again? Are you saying we will never see GME halt again? Remember, dudes, days like today is what extra theta is good for you. It is. You can always tell the people that have YOLO'd into weeklies. Dark pool activity today wasn't that high earlier. It was at like 40%. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it's at now. But I imagine that the short volume percentage will be very, very high for today. Won't Jimmy just keep going down with the market if we're in a bear market unless we get some volume for some covering? Yes. Except retail generally outperforms during, well, more towards the end of the bear market once some of its valuation is lost. Most volume we've had in a few, and the largest percentage drop also. Weird? And it's not really weird, it's just lots of shorting. Discord tip, right-click the username of the shill, select block. Yeah. RC to Infinity and Bed Bath and Beyond. When you saw RC News, what was your expectation for GME price action today? Bullish. But with the overarching fear that they would never let FOMO run into retail stocks if they could avoid it. Behold my new power. I renounce my tinfoil. As a newly minted billionaire, I shall now henceforth be known as Goldfoil Jumpsuit. Thanks to the stream and all that you do for this community. Ban Darth Dan. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. How do you feel about answering the same question over and over and over again? Over again. Kind of the same way I feel about answering that question over and over and over and over again. Why would he not buy more GME shares? Expensive. I went over this earlier. We did. I told people forever that he wasn't going to buy more GameStop. And people were like, no, Ryan Cohen's buying in tomorrow. No, why? He already owns the fucking company. He got it for nothing. Why did we go from like negative 4% PM to green in PM this morning? Oh, we got slammed like as soon as the like Frankfurt market opened. Who goes to bed before having a bath? I don't know. But you like go to bed and bathe in the morning. People that aren't infants. How do you feel about answering the same? Oh, fuck off. I'm not banning you, Darth Dan. Don't worry. You haven't gotten banned yet. Low dark pool volume makes sense today if they're shorting in lit markets. Yeah. MSM are reporting on BBY move today like 100 million times. Nothing positive or negative. I feel this is their way to get GME buyers to buy more GMEers to buy more GME. RC spent more on BBY than GME. Did he? Maybe. I can't believe you'd convince Ryan to buy into BBBY so that you can sell us your CCs. Did you finish their buyback? I believe their fiscal year ended end of Feb. They may have, yeah. Doing all right, Ash. That's coming back nicely. What a good price. Close? Close? It doesn't fucking matter. What percentage questions to expect any hour after hours action? Not necessarily, but BBBY is ripping into close. Retail FOMOing in again. No, they already bought this morning. Look at 1530 CNS close. 1510 is CNS close, which is back here. You still feel the same way after today? I still feel like it's very hard for them to short us down to 87. It required quite a lot of effort the last time. Margin call liquidation started Friday with the sell-off of long holdings and continued into Monday AM. Next short shares need to be bought back now, meaning VUP. Sure. Probably bought into RRC after watching an inverse market, but not so bad on down days. Push it from DFU's portfolio as older vids. Q look into it. Also, don't ban Darth. So RRC Range Resources, Natural Gas Company. I mean they should be overperforming right now. Yeah. Looks like a good bounce. Probably continue up. I don't remember another time when natural gas was this high. Yeah. This will probably just continue to rise with the energy crisis. It looks good. Probably a continuation of its current price trend. It's recovering a bit. But it's also recovering, you know, way above its EMA 30, so it looks bullish. When will you admit that feces is a true catalyst? Listen, the last time he almost crashed the stock, 69 shares in each account. I'm always for that number. Why? So you have 69 shares in separate accounts? Any comment on the constant Moulin pumping going on StockTwit's GME ticker? No. Wasn't here during the GNCs. Buying in BBBI, did it remind you when you bought into GME? Are you expecting another sneeze? I think it could cause one, yeah. Fidelity went back up to 50k shares over an hour ago, and haven't seen a single share borrowed since. Yeah, wheat's on a good run. I wonder why there is a price discrepancy. I don't know, it's odd. I've learned more from watching you every day for the past few months than I have scouring the interwebs over the last year. Thanks for the insight and education. You got it, Contractor Man 2003. DDS doing up stuff before close. Might close in the green. Cool. DDS was pretty resistant to the downturn today. It will be, given, you know, how few shares there are. Better chance of hitting a lit exchange if you buy shares 100 at a time. Yeah. Also, better chance of hitting the exchange if you just buy like deep in the money contracts and exercise them. What's Gensler talking about? Don't miss out on FOMO. No go to FOMO. SEC doesn't like FOMO. Basket's so similar, it's almost hilarious, but it's not. Hits Kennevitt, fixes Cookie's hat, sits back in blue Office Depot chair. What are your thoughts on COS? It's not a good idea. If COS squeezes, its insiders will release shares and bail the shorts out. They always do. The tweet just confirms he's in on it, puts on everything. He's totally on our side. It's ironic that I spent the entire day saying that they're trying to prevent FOMO, and then the SEC tweets they don't no go on FOMO. Does it beyond mean that they sell infinity pools? Research is needed. BUI and Jimmy tracking closest to each other now, more than any other meme stocks. Yep. Why the fuck are people freaking out about 100% of the float trading? I genuinely worry about retail handling squeezes. I don't know. It's just from options. I think people don't understand what causes it, and they think like 100% of the shares available are trading. I mean, this also kind of leans into like the theory that you know, all the shares being traded on the market are fake, and that there's like this big stockpile of synthetic shares that just keeps building, which is horseshit. Cost float is really small. The thing is, liquidity is very low and it has no options. And part of the reason cost can't really squeeze is its lack of options. But yeah, the insiders will just sell shares into a short squeeze. They did it last January. They'll be the same price soon. They also don't seem to realize that one share can be bought and sold multiple times in a day. Yeah. 27 million traded in puts today. Yep, they spent a lot of money. I think April's are relatively safe. I have calls at 120, 130. I still live by your words that smart traders take profit. I'll continue to not be greedy and make small profits, and you'll continue to see gains. Is no go to FOMO same like DRS? No. What the fucking, they have nothing to do with each other. If the SEC is pushing DRS, I'm definitely out. I will never fucking DRS a single share for the rest of my life in any company. Do you know how Apple stock performs around announcements? Usually well. Do you sell lowest cost shares or highest cost ones first? Usually I don't spend that much time thinking about it, but highest first. I think I usually just have it set to last in, first out. We traded about 1,300% of average volume today. That's got to be kind of noteworthy. Oh, no, it is. Yeah. People are excited about wheat, man. When will you DRS your BBY shares? Never. Do you think XRT is a buy? Ooh. I mean, yes, but not for profits. I mean, it'll continue to see growth, but if BBY squeezes, what type of time frame do you think it'll take for that to happen? A few weeks. Are you talking about like how long the squeeze would take or how long until it does? If it does, a few weeks. SEC pushes DRS. I'll undRS my 100 shares I have there. What date does T plus end up from today's short action? T plus end up from today's short action end up? I'm not sure what you mean, contractor man. MNDT, check the FOMO happening. The fuck is this? Ooh, dynamic cyber defense. Average price. That could be interesting. The FOMO is real. Huh. Did the SEC just say, well, 100% DS company is effectively private, so we're just going to delist it? No, but the NYSE could. GameStop would just release shares. Like, they're not going to allow that to happen. He's asking, when do today's shorts come due? Shorts from today? For the market maker side, for the puts, T plus 2. For any ETF creation today, T plus 6, plus 35, plus 3. Zeros protect my shares from being sold without my consent. Yeah. Just got bought by Microsoft. Oh. Wheat found the top? Probably not. I think wheat's. I don't know if you're in wheat for a short term play, but I'm not. Today's T plus 130111 days since I was born. Congratulations. Nice. Wheat trades the underlying futures. Food scarcity going to be real going forward for years. Yeah, I bought into shares in BBY this morning. I had some leaps already. Not a lot, but a few contracts. Why does Jimmy get hard to short? You say it will be hard to hit 87. It usually requires a massive downturn in the market plus additional shorting. GameStop's still, people are still holding, right? So it's not exactly easy to drive the price down. And there's buy pressure below 100, like a fairly significant amount of it. Spy break below 420 briefly. Yeah, it's done it already once. Huge 32K 5.5C weekly rig order just came through 50 OI. Cool. Just going more. Okay. Worst day ever? Really? I feel like we've had way worse. This has to be MOASS. FOMC meeting will set the tone for the year. Yeah, it will. Halton to close? No, doesn't look like it. We need an audit of the shares we hold, which has been downvoted countless times on the Reddit sites. It's literally the only data we control, and we're actively denying access to it. Yeah. That'll probably continue. People in the Discord are trying to say they aren't nervous. Everyone is nervous, especially me who is cooking octopus for the first time. Maybe people should try cooking octopus to see what nervous is. You just like oil it up and chuck it on a grill. People are just bummed because they thought a buy into BBBY would immediately cause liquidation. I know. Wouldn't BBBY channel in the Discord? I'll probably add one. This downward price trend started when you stopped doing end of day pulls. That's false. I stopped doing them a long time ago. Before November. I bet they'll do some sucker punches in after hours. I mean, they'll try. Just lose all your money, then you can't be nervous. Learn to live with the bomb. Octopus is delicious. Because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Speed or comfort. Good job, Pong. Given the state of mass shorting, the retail sector, do you expect RC's BBB buy-in will affect price action faster than his GME buy caused the January sneeze? That was like 5 months. I mean, it wasn't from his final buy-in. His final buy-in was at the end of December, during the December leap expiration period. GameStop went on the reg show threshold list T+2 from the expiration of December leaps. 13 days later, big ups. Not trying to be a Debbie Downer, but watching my portfolio go down to 50%, then 50% again, 350 to 175 to 90 is disheartening. I guess all I can do is hodl, but it hurts. I feel you. Have you ever made poached lobster? I've had poached lobster, but I've never made it. Thoughts on SQQQ this week? Probably not a bad idea given the downturn. Gotta be careful of a bounce. If BBY closes at like 23 this week, wouldn't that destroy everything? No. A long time ago, you said retail's cost basis was mostly between 160 and 180. So you still think that range is mostly accurate today? It's pretty accurate. The upper end of it, I think, has dropped with this massive dip that we've been in. So I would say that a lot of people have averaged down, but not everyone. And it's not it's 162.50 and 196.50, with the majority at 180. So I think the upper bounds of that have dropped a bit. I'd say most people are probably now between 162 and 180. Do you remember this type of price action used to get us hyped because they were trying so hard? Yeah, I do. It still gets me hyped. I don't really care about everyone else's emotions. Can we do a GME channel and delete our section of Discord to limit FUD exposure? Isn't there one in there? I mean, sure. Maybe BBY was the Wombo combo all along. We'll see. You're still in, I'm still in. Thanks, Digital. I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer either, but 90 is not 50% of 150. Shh. Steamed lobster is the way. Any ticker holding a floor against this crazy red day is prime for a bounce at the next green day. Show entropy 120. Show entropy? I don't just have it up. When was the last time you went to a sporting event? Never. I guess it's time to list my covered calls on eBay. Good luck. How do ADX and entropy look for GME now? ADX is still low as fuck. Or it was. I don't think it's picked up. We haven't traded a lot of volume still. Only 3 million today. Entropy's definitely still low. Didn't buy the dip. Sorry to hear that, man. Are you? If you're still in, I'm still in. Also, if you're not in, I'm still in because we're individual traders and should treat it as such. Yeah. So we're a BBBY channel now. If I tweet at GG, do you think he'll allow me to do a 30-day exchange of my GME shares? You could ask him. I don't see how it's a BBBY channel. GameStop's right there. Strange for NDQ, DJ, and SPX to track at the same time. Price charts for today seem nearly identical. De-atomize yourself and show your entropy. At this point, they could drop it all the way back down to the 40s. I'm just load up and average down. I don't give a fuck anymore. Yeah, me either. So basically, the most bullish thing about RC's BBBY buy-in is that now you are somewhat convinced that RC might actually want a short squeeze for GME investors, i.e., RC is ride or die. No, but I like his strategy. I'm not convinced that he wants a short squeeze, but I like his strategy. I like his timing. Lead to the moon, win $5,000 loaf of bread. I don't know. I hope you make enough money off wheat to afford it, though. Hard to be mad on red days like this. Can't be mad at GME. I like going down, too. Maybe a good day trader with 6 months of intense learning. I want to quit my job to become one. I would wait until you were able to make more money day trading than you are at your job. And it's a lot harder in a bear market. View up 4468 on the 5-minute. What? Ding dang. Puts could have been marked long. They bought a massive amount of puts on GameStop at 115 today. So they spent a lot of money. It doesn't mean that there is a margin call, but it doesn't mean there isn't one. They have not satisfied OPEX. Who doesn't like going downtown? Thanks, guys. Take delivery of your wheat futures to survive the dip. It's actually not a bad idea. I do not like this episode. I'll not watch this one in syndication. Good season, poor episode. Shit happens. All right, thanks, guys. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning for more exciting downward market trends. Have a good one, guys.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
I'm not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Sit, Creon. Sit. Good dog.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulond.